Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the Chairman of Monmouthshire County Council.
Thank you, members. Would you please be seated? First item on the agenda, any apologies for absence, please. Councillor Hackett-Payne.
Councillor Susan White.
Councillor Howarth.
Good afternoon, Chairman, or good evening, nearly. Councillor Chapman, Councillor Blakeborough and Councillor Marshall.
Thank you. Councillor Hackett-Payne.
I'm so sorry. Councillor Penny Jones as well.
Yes. Yeah. Right. Councillor Petruni.
Councillor Dave Evans.
Thank you. Welcome to the officers as well as the members of this meeting. There's a couple of things I want to say before we go into the agenda properly, if I may. We received information last week. We have had considerable success with some of our visitor attractions across the county. Assessments have been made, and we can be proud of the fact that some of our parks have retained their much-coveted Green Flag Award. Tintern Old Station, Callure Castle and Country Park, and Abergavenny's Castle Meadows. They've all been described as being among the best kept park and green space areas in the county. The respective site managers and their volunteers, by their own efforts, have achieved just recognition. A particular mention has been made of the Old Station, Tintern, where Paul Cheeseman, along with the site manager John Sterry, maintain the site. Paul Cheeseman's efforts realised in him being awarded the Green Flag Employee of the Year award. This is a much-coveted award, which John Sterry described as a richly deserved award for Paul, a fact of which he and his staff are immensely proud. Now, I visited the site last Friday to extend my personal thanks to Paul and John, but unfortunately Paul wasn't there. But I asked John to pass on my sincere appreciation. And it's incredible how popular that particular site is. The number of people who are there, you would never believe it. In relation to that, I wonder if Councillor Greenland would like to say something about that, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I would certainly agree with you and offer my congratulations to Paul on what is an extraordinary achievement as the top Green Flag award in the UK, and in his personal capacity, he has got that. And I agree with you also on the quality of the Old Station, Tintern. I myself make regular visits there with my grandchildren, and they love it. And clearly, lots of other visitors to Monmouthshire and and residents also find the same. In fact, I think it's Tuesday, on the Mice during the Eisteddfod, there will be both John and Paul will be in attendance. And I think we will have an opportunity, or you, Chair, will have an opportunity to give them recognition personally. So I look forward to that.
Thank you, Councillor Greenland. Is there anything else you wish to say, Councillor Greenland, in relation to anything that's happened on the council recently?
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. Yes, I would like to update members on the position between this council and Morrison's Limited, who are to provide a new store in Abergavenny. Members will know probably from the press that we have been in discussions with Morrison's over recent weeks. I don't think it's any secret at all that the whole of the grocery industry has gone through a period of rapid change over the last few years. Not only have members of the public, since the recession hit, adopted a new style of shopping where they go much more frequently for smaller amounts, but in addition to that, the major grocery chains have faced competition from the discounters. And in addition to that, obviously, as a lot of us will recognize, they also face a lot of online competition. That has meant that many of them have reassessed the way they trade, and Morrison's is no exception to that either. They have therefore decided that their store in Abergavenny should be of a different design to that for which they have planning permission. And I am able to tell Council that as of today, they are submitting a new application for a different store of approximately the same size to go in Abergavenny. We need to tie up a legal agreement to go with that new application, and that will be done in the course of the next few weeks. So I can't share with you any of the details until that agreement is signed and sealed, which we expect to be still with certainly by the time that we next meet as Council. So I felt it right, Chair, to both announce to members and indeed to the public in Abergavenny that there is good news. They will be getting a new store. It will be a new style of retailing for Morrison's, and this will be the first of their UK stores to have this new style of trading. So it is good news for Morrison's, and when we next meet, I'm sure I'll be able to give many more details that will be available at that time.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate the fact it's warm in here. If members wish to remove their jackets, that'll be quite okay. Go on, look at them coming off. Take the jackets off, not take off yet. The next item on the Councillor George. Councillor Greenland.
I have already stated that through commercial sensitivity, my ability to answer questions is really very limited, but I am very prepared to give a full explanation of the new agreement to Council when we next meet.
Do you want to come back on that? I appreciate what you're saying. It's not on the agenda now. It's something that's come to light now within the last few days or thereabout. And as Councillor Greenland said, there'll be a point in time when members will be officially informed as what the matters to be discussed or to be informed of are.
Chair, can I just say, if you like, as a point of order, but I'm
not on a point of order on that. That's my decision on that, if you don't mind. Councillor Greenland said in time there'll be more information available, so I think we need to wait for that.
I guess the point, though, is, Chair, that announcements been made and there's no attempt then, or there's no allowance then to scrutinise any of that information, albeit that I appreciate that some of the information is commercially confidential. Now, that isn't good for democracy, is it?
Well, confidential matters are confidential. Please,
do you think it's good for
Councillor Green will be,
Chair?
as and when possible, Councillor Greenland will further enlarge on this particular matter. Can we leave it there, please? Item 2, Public Open Forum, is a question from Mr. J. Callard to County Councillor Brian Jones.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'd like to thank Mr. Callard for his question and apologise for the fact he didn't have a response when he first put the question some months ago. I and all members of the highway staff would welcome all suggestions to improve traffic flow and ideas on how we can reduce delays on our highway network. And I will ask officers to undertake a review of the traffic flow and movements on the Merthyr Road approach at the Waitrose roundabout. I am not convinced that removing parking at this location will improve traffic flows, and we do have to take into consideration the impact that such an action will have on residents in this area. If, however, the review identifies that restricting parking at times may help to reduce congestion on this approach, then further consideration will be given to his suggestion. I will ask officers to feed back the outcome of their investigations and would like to thank Mr Callard for raising this matter, and we will of course notify him of any findings we make as well. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Howarth.
Chairman, I know I may be just stepping out here. Is this a Monmouthshire road or a trunk road? Because I was always believed that this section was trunk road agency, but I may be wrong. I just wanted to be clear that, because we as an authority, we should be passing this to the Welsh Government. Can you just clear that up, Brian? Because Quick Fit's mentioned here, and the roundabout and the bridge, and thank you.
I will make some inquiries, Councillor Howard, and get back to you on that.
Thank you for that response. The next item is Chairman's report, which is on the agenda, and the petitions. And I understand there are 2 petitions. The first one I understand is being presented by Councillor Sarah Jones on behalf of Councillor Penny Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. And as you mentioned, this petition is being presented on behalf of County Councillor Penny Jones. The petition wording states that we, the undersigned, support the retention of small holdings in Monmouthshire and support the current tenants of Newtracastle Farm, Pennycloud, Monmouthshire, who have been served with notice to leave in their bid to retain their tenancy. I'm aware a number of residents have signed this petition, and I'm aware that they're keen for the sale and disposable county farms to be withdrawn until a select committee has the opportunity to scrutinise this as a full work programme item and the current proposals by our Estates Department. Councillor Penny Jones and residents are concerned that the disposal of county farms will deny opportunities to existing families and anyone wishing to enter the farming industry. This is particularly important given that we're a rural farming community and given the current wider situation with the uncertainty around Brexit and the wider issues around succession in the farming industry.
Could you bring the petition down, please? I understand there's another petition, Councillor Jeff Burrows.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My petition is a small petition from local constituents in Mitchell Troy to keep the traffic control at Toll House. Now, members who venture around Monmouth will probably be well aware of this particular set of traffic lights. It was between the Monmouth Road to Mitchell Troy by Toll House, where a lot of remedial work was being undertaken. This is now complete and those traffic lights have now gone. That said, I was asked to present this petition because I have about 80 signatures of individuals who... beg your pardon. I have this petition of 80 signatures of individuals who felt for safety reasons that they would like highways to consider this as a permanent feature. I must say that when I've spoken to individuals around the ward, for every one person who thought it was a good idea, another one thought it wasn't, and so I'm rather pleased it's not me that has to get involved in the decision making on this one. But clearly we have individuals who value getting from A to B speedily, and those others that want to do it safely. So I tend to feel, being a pragmatic soul, I'm a little bit more on the case of the latter in this respect. But nevertheless, Chair, I have a petition here for you. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it forward, please. Could I just make a point to members, please? There are people who enthusiastically watch these proceedings via YouTube, and the difficulty that they have is if members don't speak directly into the microphones, then they can't hear what's going on. So when members have a desire to say something, could you please make sure you direct your comments direct into the microphone? Thank you. So the next item is any declaration of interest, please. Councillor Francis Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Can I declare an interest on the first item on the agenda, Bore now, as I'm an independent community board member of Aneurin Bevan Health Board?
Fine, thank you. Anyone else? No? Notices of, oh, sorry, to confirm and sign the minutes of the previous meeting.
Move.
That, is there a second to that?
Francis Taylor.
Yeah, okay, thank. But Councillor Francis Taylor?
Thank you, Chair. Just on an item of accuracy, you'll recall at the last meeting I did ask that we continue to have the action sheet. There's no action sheet. And the action sheet would have been incredibly helpful because it would have told me whether indeed the letter, the redraft of the letter about the M4 draft orders had in fact been completed. But in the absence of the action sheet, I don't have that information to hand. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. The next item on the agenda, the notice of motion. And this one is under my name, but it's regarding, and I read out, we are proud to live in a diverse and tolerant society. Racism, xenophobia and hate crimes have no place in our country. Our council condemns racism, xenophobia and hate crimes unequivocally. We will not allow hate to become acceptable. We will work to ensure local bodies and programmes have the support and resources they need to fight and prevent racism and xenophobia. We reassure all people living in Monmouthshire that they are valued members of our community. We have the motion. I'd like to have someone to propose it's accepted, please. Councillor Fox.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for putting this motion forward in your name, as many of us have received or were going to put this motion forward. I think it's agreed that we are all in agreement with this. I'm sure we are all in agreement, and it probably doesn't require a huge amount of debate. But in moving this motion, Chairman, and supporting the motion, I think it is important that we recognise not only our opposition to hate crimes, xenophobia and racism, but also to recognise the contribution that many in our communities make to creating welcoming, cohesive communities. I move, Mr. Chairman.
Is that seconded, please? Councillor David Jones. Councillor Watts, you want to speak?
I think, to be fair...
Or Councillor Easton first, whichever.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was one of the many members who was presented with bringing this forward to Council, and I appreciate the motion being put forward on a group basis by the Chairman. Yes, hate crime is something that we deplore. And as a Council, I believe we deplore it wholeheartedly. There are a lot of problems with hate crime in terms of immigrants who maybe work in this country, or people who've relocated to this country who still have hate thrown at them. I think it's totally wrong. I'd be brought to my notice that there is this sort of hate crime even in the workplace, and at that level I think it's quite deplorable, and I fully support the motion, and I think this Council will no doubt agree to that as well.
Thank you. Councillor Watts?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Of course, I agree with it. You'd expect me to. I mean, I specifically like to kind of mention as well, also the economic kind of benefits that migrants bring to this country throughout our community. But it's interesting, really, with the you know, after the post-Brexit thing, that some of the comments that you come across, which surprised me really, when I think I'm right in saying that minorities constitute less than 1% of Monmouthshire's population. I find that disappointing, and I think there's still a lot of work to be done in the community, and I think we have a duty as councillors to hold people to account and have conversations with them about any issues they might have about discrimination or racism or fears of that. So I would like to ask the question, what is our intention to, as far as the community is concerned, to improve on our relationship with those minorities?
I just want to say this before I bring the responsible cabinet member in. I was on the cabinet in 2002, 2004, and one of the issues we had then was the black minority ethnic people, getting them to take an interest in something, into being a member of a committee here or whatever. There's a reluctance at that time for them to put themselves forward. And there was considerable efforts made to encourage them, and I can't say any more than that. Before I bring Councillor, see your arm up, Councillor Day. Before I bring Councillor Downing and Councillor Taylor. One of the Cabinet members want to respond to that, please? The first.
If I could, sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to respond after I've heard all comments, and then I can give a composite response.
Sorry,
I said that if I could hear all comments from members, then I can give a composite response at the end.
Councillor Down.
Yes, Chairman. Thank you very much for bringing this motion forward. I'm sure that none of us supports racism, or I hope none of us supports racism, none of us supports xenophobia, and none of us supports any of the other categories which come within the hate crime definition. So for that reason, I, along with I hope every other member, will be supporting the motion. However, I do have, I think it's right to flag up a concern about the way we seem to be going as a matter of policy at all levels in sort of defining hate crime. Because a hate crime, as I understand it, means not just the motive of the person who's committing the crime, in inverted commas, but the view of the person who is the victim, again in inverted commas, but also of anybody else who happens to come across the statement that is being made. I recall hearing an interview on the radio a few weeks ago. The reporter was of Pakistani origin, and she was just interviewing a man she happened across in the street, and he referred to her by, I suppose I'm not allowed to use the word, it's a shortened version of Pakistani, shall we say. There was no hate involved. It was just, you know, as far as the guy was concerned, the interviewee was concerned, it was simply a term that he would use perfectly normally. The reporter was clearly upset about it, but I must say again, there was no hate involved from the perpetrator's perspective. It was simply the way that he had been brought up. Some of us who've been here for a longer period of time will recall an incident some years ago where one of our number used the expression about a wood pile and rhymes with Winnie the Pooh's friend Tigger, and there was uproar. But the person involved, the councillor involved, still here today. There was no malice, there was no hatred involved. It was just a statement that he would use. And we learned that the police, I think, in Nottingham...
Sorry, Chair, I've got a point of order. This is absolutely unbelievable, and I'm actually going to leave the room if this statement continues.
Councillor Crook.
Well, it's a point of order. I don't think that it's very acceptable.
Crook,
I don't think this would be...
If you want to make a point of order, stand up, please.
I've got a point of order. I don't find this acceptable in any way, shape or form, and if this statement continues, I'm going to leave the room. You have to think, as a chairman of the council, could you have this on BBC News tonight? So
Councillor Crook. Councillor Crook, Councillor Down, could you get to the point, please? I don't want to be blunt about it. I don't want anybody beating about the bush. We've got a motion from there, and it seems to me there's general acceptance of it. And I appreciate there are issues and incidents that have happened around at various points in time. But we don't make too much of them, I don't think.
One further example. Nottinghamshire Police are...
Chair, I'm leaving.
Oh, can we don't, I don't want to go to any other... The point I'm coming to is this. It's a motion from this county council in what we feel about racism and hate in the community. And I think the motion says it all, and I don't think there's much to be gained by elaborating on it, to be quite honest. So if you want to say a bit more, could it be brief, please?
So, well, I think I'm allowed 10 minutes, Chairman, under the rules. The point is, of course, we all object to racism. We all object to crimes which are genuinely born of hate. My problem is the definition that policy seems to be moving in favour of. Hate, yes, hate. We all deplore it, and rightly it should be prosecuted.
Can I correct you there? Our policy is not in accepting that.
Policy, Chairman,
no,
I think...
they have no place in our country or indeed county.
And indeed, Chairman, I think...
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. The motion
What's
is
the point
quite
of order,
simple.
please?
About the motion. The motion is quite simple. We are talking about xenophobia, racism and hate crimes, not the definition of what individuals might feel it means.
Thank you,
I will
Councillor
leave the
Leeson.
room as well.
Thank you, Councillor Leeson. Councillor Down.
I don't quite understand which point of order is being made, but anyway, there we go. And I don't see that you can pass a motion without defining its terms, but there we are. So that's my point. Policy of our country, whether it's at Westminster level, whether it's at Cardiff level, whether it's at county level, is this definition of hate crimes. I, of course, deplore absolutely racism, xenophobia, or hate against any of the other categories, disability, religion, sexual orientation, etc. Hate has no place. But let's be sensible about what hate actually means.
Thank you, Councillor Down. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to add that a motion is all very well, and as you said, colleagues support the sentiments in the motion. But I just wanted to respond to your comments about some work which may or may not have been undertaken a while ago to engage with more diverse communities in Monmouthshire. And I was just going to say that I look forward, if we pass this motion, to seeing what comes out of the motion, and that it is not made for its own sake. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Councillor Crook.
Yeah, I didn't really see the need to comment on this motion prior to. It's pretty self-explanatory. I think we all agree that it's absolutely abominable. That's standard. I cannot believe, which is the reason I walked out of the room for the duration of Councillor Down's unbelievable little tirade there, that we have just let somebody in this chamber condone the use of racist language. We have just sat and listened for 4 or 5 minutes to somebody stand there and condone the use of racist language in certain instances when people don't mean it. If you say those words, you are being racist. If you condone the use of those words, you are being racist. And that is what this whole motion is about. And we have just stood here and listened to somebody condone racism. Somebody who is a stand-up leader in our communities, somebody who is a politician.
Can I stop you, please?
No, you cannot. No, you cannot stop me.
Councillor Crook, I can't stop you. Councillor Crook.
You can stop me from saying no.
Wait a minute, please. I'm interrupting you for good purpose. Councillor Down does not condone racism. Let's be quite clear about that.
I am absolutely no.
As a point of order.
Councillor Watts,
you sit down, please.
Councillor Watts, sit down, please.
You were explaining her question.
Councillor
Watts, you are wrong, Chair.
Councillor Watts,
you are
sit down,
clearly wrong.
please.
She's got a right to say what she needs to say. All right, but let her speak.
Councillor Crook, continue, please.
Are we all finished now? And then I also can't believe that you have just stood there and interrupted me for lambasting somebody who has just condoned racism openly on the internet, which will be on the internet tomorrow, and you have just interrupted me saying I can't say that, but you have not interrupted somebody that has just done that publicly, a leader of our community who has just stood up and condoned the use of racist language, and that has been allowed to go on in our chamber. Are we absolutely having a laugh? That is absolutely disgusting, and every single one of you who's just interrupted me as well, trying to tell me to shut up for lambasting that sort of behaviour, should also be extremely ashamed of themselves. Do we understand that? And do we actually understand what this motion is about stopping the use, stopping the proliferation of such language, of such opinions? It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. Inherent, casual, just intrinsic racism that people don't understand to be racism. We've just witnessed it, and you've all just sat here and let it happen. And then I stand up, put my head above the parapet and say, that is absolutely wrong, and I get jeered down. What is the matter with all of you?
Thank you, Councillor Crook. Councillor Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's just go through the motion of where we are then. We are proud to live in a diverse and tolerant society. Let's look at our own county. I'd say I'm proud to be in Monmouthshire because we're actually more diverse than we think that we are. Is tolerance is okay for some people. I don't actually find tolerance acceptable at all because we have to accept that there is a difference because there is a mosaic of humanity in our own county. So I do take issue with the word tolerant. I actually think it should say accepting society. Does racism, xenophobia and hate crimes, racism, xenophobia and hate crimes have no place in our county? I think unanimously we can agree. There is no excuse for any hate crime. We will not allow hate to become acceptable. I think we can all agree with that. And we will work to ensure that local bodies and programmes have the support and the resources that they need to fight to prevent racism, xenophobia, etc. On that point, you have an inclusion group. We're, as you know, not as resourced as we'd like to be. We all want more, but however, the inclusion group does quite a bit of work. We're probably more diverse than you think. Are there programmes and things that we've supported recently? You may not know, last Saturday, or maybe it was the Saturday before, in Monmouth in the Shire Hall, Monmouthshire County Council was able to support the county's first ever Transgender Day. You have a transgender community here in Monmouthshire. You always have had. So we are constantly evolving and working on different areas. Now, what's our guide? The guide is the Equalities Act, the protected characteristics of the things that we go by. Let me come on to the use of language. For every one occasion that the P word is used against somebody of a South Asian heritage, for every time that the N word is used, for every time that the P or the Q word is used for people who may be gay, remember they are recipients of language. And recipients of language don't excuse their language. For every time the P word is used in an unhateful way, I can guarantee your recipients probably had it 100 times in a hateful way. So our choice of language and the words that we use are very important, and nothing stays the same. If you watch television programs from the 70s, there are programs which will horrify you in the use of language that was used at prime time television. Today are not acceptable. We are learning and we evolve. The only constant in human development and our understanding is that change is the only constant. So words that may have been acceptable or words today that are used in an unhateful way actually still may cause harm. And actually, you know what, it's really good manners not to use them. Councillor Taylor said what will come from this if, for example, if we're just having a motion for the sake of it. The Police Commissioner has recently said that extra resources are going to be put in to deal with any examples of xenophobia, and that was particularly in the result of the Brexit referendum. We will be speaking to the police. I had a chance to actually speak to the Police Commissioner in person, but that meeting is going to happen. Discussions have happened with one particular sergeant in Monmouthshire to raise what I am concerned about is that there are known examples of hate crimes, but I can tell you now that the underreporting rate is probably 90%. People just don't bother to report them because sometimes they feel because of their situation, i.e. they're a newcomer to the country, they're a migrant that's come from elsewhere from the UK, or because of ethnicity or because of whatever reason, they don't have the confidence that that complaint will be taken seriously and there will be an outcome. And sometimes they just don't want the hassle. So the motion is important in that respect because it's not just about having one because it's jumping on the bandwagon because of recent events. What I can tell you is that the inclusion group is doing its best with very limited resources to expand our area of work, working with partners, working with other, giving support to groups in the county to actually extend that agenda and to, the agenda is of good manners, of understanding and acceptance, not tolerance, acceptance. What I can say to you is that even to the point that we are in the planning process and doing very well for our first ever International Men's Day in November, which personally has been a group that has been traditionally overlooked.
Thank you, Councillor Robson. I want to wind this up. Councillor Williams wants to speak.
Thank you,
I'll
Chair.
go just a second. And we got Councillor Francis Taylor and Councillor Howarth, and after that we go into the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Now everything's sort of calmed down a little bit. I was born in Clydach, simple little place. Yeah, we were brought up with simple values. To me, this motion doesn't go far enough. It talks about xenophobia and racism and hate crimes. I think any crime against any other human being, if it makes them feel uncomfortable or upset or anything like that, comes into this thing of hate crime to me. Hate is a strong word. However, I have friends who've been walking through Cardiff since the Brexit thing who've been told to go back home. And one girl actually said, I'm just walking there now, if that's okay with you. She lived just up the road. She'd only been to Ibiza on holidays, but because she was a bit brown, she looked as if she was from another race. I think we should be more tolerant to everybody, yeah. And I don't think this actually goes far enough. I think it should go right across the board. Hate crime is disgusting, but anything that makes anybody feel uncomfortable due to their race, their colour, or any other activity, I think that should be highlighted in this as well, not just racism and xenophobia. Let's make everybody feel comfortable in this world.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Taylor.
Very briefly, Chair, I was just going to say that I do agree. I think it's really important what Councillor Hobson said about, you know, we cannot use terms that are today unacceptable because, as Councillor Crook says, that implies that we are complicit in the language that's used. I understand the point that Councillor Down was trying to make, but I do think it's important, and I do think that Councillor Crook stood up to make a very important point that she felt uncomfortable with. And in this chamber, it is not always easy to stand up and say what it is that you want to say. And we are talking about people from diverse communities coming forward. It's not easy to come forward and stand up and be heard if you are perhaps just not part of the usual order of things, which in this chamber I shall make no comment, but you know, there is an order of things, and that's not always easy, Chair. And I just would beg your indulgence to understand that as well. And I suppose the point is we cannot be complicit in any use of language which is derogatory or harmful to any particular group, and I think that's an important point for us to make away. And Councillor Watts is suggesting that perhaps there is a need to kind of talk about this more further for all members, so that we have an opportunity to examine these terms and why it is that they are not appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Howarth.
Chair, can I?
No, just that Councillor Howarth is next.
Chairman, I just want to point on Phil's, he elaborately made some very good points, reference to the motion. Was there any amendments? He was on about some word changes and things. I think that's what, no, you're happy with the motion. Okay, thank you, Chair. Oh, and just one other point. I do take exception from a simple place like Clydach. I'm sorry, but that is, I've got to say, we are where we are, and I think some people, going back to Councillor Down's point, is sometimes the word perhaps doesn't suit, but we don't mean to say that, do we?
I understand what you're saying. Councillor Watson, this is the last one.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, it's clear, it's not the first time that we've had issues with members, and we've had issues about poor understanding of how the world has moved on. I thank Councillor Hobson for a very eloquent explanation of precisely where we should be and where we should be going. So I would recommend, through Councillor Hobson, maybe, and I'm quite happy to participate in it myself, as I have a mixed-race family myself, that all members go through some kind of training again, because clearly there are people in this room that simply do not get it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Watts. The motion is there as described by myself and by the leader who proposed it, and it was duly seconded. All members in favour, please show. Thank you very much. That's carried. Next item is a motion from County Councillor Betruni.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I was going to deliberately stay out of the first one, given my exotic name. But what I would say is the vast majority of people in Monmouthshire think those words are unacceptable and are vastly tolerant. And I just want to put that on record because it makes it sound like Monmouthshire is full of hate crime, when I don't think it is. I think the vast majority of people are decent, law-abiding people. This is a very simple, clear motion, Chairman, about basically setting up an internship programme. I'm a formal internship programme. I'm acutely aware that interns do attend this council. I'm led to believe it's more of an informal nature of perhaps who you know and maybe just coincidence and serendipity. But I would like if we could explore setting up a kind of formal internship programme that gives people in the community kind of experience. And I was thinking about this, and like the range of services our council offers or could offer to young people in this county or people generally is just vast. It could offer a trade if they so wish. It could offer office experience, media experience, experiences in professions that not many other organisations could cover. Skills and professions, actually, I should say. That many employment premises across the whole county could not offer. And I just think, given we have such a position, given our status, given those range of skills we could offer, it makes absolute sense in my mind, at least, to offer a formal or create a formal internship program to give people these kind of skills. And more importantly, and I'm quite flexible on how many, and there could be a cap on money requirements and so forth. I'm happy to have that discussion, but to be paid the living wage when they take up that internship as well, I think that's quite important, commensurate with their age. So I'm fully aware that we have Y-Prentice, which is an innovative program dealing with apprentices and getting them in the construction industry, and I applaud that work and the great work it's doing across the county. No problem with that whatsoever. And, you know, I just want to sort of say that this kind of more practical, everyday, simple measure that we can do now. It's not kind of full of rhetoric or kind of buzzwords. It's just something we can do now. It's not, you know, kind of world leading, but, you know, we can really make a difference in many people's lives, particularly young people who, as the motion states, can find, as a young person once, you know, it's very hard to get on the job ladder, that first job, without experience. You're often told you haven't got experience. Well, obviously, I've just come through the education system. I haven't got the work experience that you require. So we, I believe, are in a unique position to kind of give that experience. How that will formally work, the mechanism by which we do that, I'm quite flexible on. I just think we could do this. Why don't we do this to help people in this community?
Thank you, Councillor Patroon. Is that seconded? Okay, seconded. Councillor Hackett-Payne.
Many thanks, Chairman, and I doubt if there is anybody in this chamber today who would not agree with the sentiments put forward in this motion to be able to help young people to help with their first job, to get that experience, because I do understand that it is a problem and has been quite a problem for a while. And it is a tough job market and increasingly getting tougher. So if, as a council, we can help in any way, I think that is most suitable. I do have a slight about internmanship. I think maybe the wording could be better, because you mention about vocational, and I think it is across the board. It is wherever possible to be able to help young people. And also I think it is, as a council, being able to grasp those opportunities when they come to you. And one of the opportunities we have at the moment is with the two new secondary schools, and in particular at the moment Caldicott going up. And I just wanted to bring to council the jobs that have been created with that scheme and hold it up as an example of anything else that we are doing within the council to make sure we do grasp those opportunities to be able to help young people within our community. So far, each year there will be a target set with each of the new schools, and the work experience, there will be 12 young people for work experience. There will be 4 who are not in education. So far with Caldicott, there have been 12 jobs created, and I believe that they are paid more than the minimum wage. There has also been career information about the construction business. There have been 200 training weeks, and there is also 12 certificates for qualifying within the workforce. This has been rolled out to the school to Year 9 students to help with their Welsh Baccalaureate. So I think there are other opportunities we can use within the council to be able to help young people, and this is just an example of things that have been done. The youth service have also, through volunteers, young people who've come to the youth service, who've volunteered, who've then been taken on and have then found employment within the wider part of the council. It isn't quite an internmentship, but I think encouragement has been there to see status that has been there in these young people and taken that forward and built upon it. So I most certainly support this, but think maybe internship, perhaps a different wording there, because I think it should be across the board. So most certainly agree with that.
Chair, point of order, declaration of interest, Chair. You've touched on Apprentice, you've touched on Caldecott School. My grandson is connected. I'll leave the room, okay?
Do you want some advice off the...
Yeah.
Councillor Easton, if I thank you, Chairman. Councillor Easton, if I may assist, I really don't think in the context of this debate that you need to declare personal interest here or indeed leave the room. So I think you can stay here just because Apprentice has been mentioned and Caldecott Comprehensive School has been mentioned. I don't think that triggers any hindrance to you taking part in the debate.
Okay, but okay? I won't vote at the end, okay?
Again, the code says you can vote. That's gone now. That went in 2008. So you can take a full part and vote in the debate.
Councillor Taylor and then followed by Councillor Greenland.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a very interesting proposal to offer effectively placements or paid placements to young people, and I'm sure that it would be very unlikely that there were anybody who didn't support it. But I was particularly interested in our capacity and capability to be able to do that. I think the opportunities that Councillor Hackett-Payne referred to that have come about as a result of the new build in the school are sort of slightly at a point removed from the authority doing it directly. And if I think about our success with providing actually just work experience to our looked after children for whom we are the corporate parents, so we are in fact their parents as opposed to young people whom we have a responsibility for, but we are not acting in a parenting capacity, we have not been terribly successful. So I should very much like to think that we could do this, and I would of course support Councillor Batruni's motion, but I would need to be given quite a significant amount of confidence, and I should think that Councillor Batruni and others might need to do some work, some significant work post this meeting in order to take that forward if it were agreed by this council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Greenland.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, of course, we are already doing a lot of what has been asked for in terms of apprenticeships, internships, and we've already heard several of them mentioned, the 21st century schools. The Apprentice, in fact, has 70 apprentices working throughout the Greater Gwent area, some of whom are from Monmouthshire, and just to reassure Councillor Batruni, they are paid just above the living wage for that. And there are a number of other internal internships, apprenticeships, whatever you want to do it. And whenever we have an opportunity within this council to offer somebody looking to their way into work an apprenticeship or an internship, we offer them. And at the moment we've got apprenticeships through Flying Start, Children's Services, the Policy and Performance Units, and various other work placements and work experience as well. But I think that the truth is that with the reduction in jobs in the public sector, it's the private sector who we should be looking to encourage to offer these posts. And that is a job for our Economic Development Unit. And that is a job that they are already doing. They are working out there with employers and encouraging them to offer, it depends upon your definition of internship, but if you think internship is a white-collar job and apprenticeships is a blue-collar job, we are looking to outside employers to do all of that. And my problem with the motion as it's written is it doesn't seem to acknowledge that we're doing anything. Now, Councillor Petruni has readily agreed that we are doing things. I would suggest to you that because of the way that we constantly look for opportunities, we are doing as much as we can internally, and indeed we're doing things externally as well to promote these opportunities for young people. So I cannot go along with the motion as it's stated, because clearly it's wrong, because it mentions, it doesn't mention the existing work that we're doing. So I would like to suggest an amendment, and if I can read it out, I hope it actually brings in everything that we've been talking about. Many young people searching for their first job often find it a difficult process, mainly because they are told they have no experience. Monmouthshire County Council offers various initiatives, both within the council and externally, to help Monmouthshire's young people with this problem. As one of the biggest employers in Monmouthshire, the council provides a number of internships, apprenticeships, work experience opportunities across a number of departments and covering a wide range of skills. Through these initiatives, the council gives work to those living in Monmouthshire and elsewhere. Wages paid are in line with the living wage commensurate to their age. By doing this, the council gives them a head start in today's tough job market. And if you want to add something, and we will continue to do this wherever we can.
Thank you. Is there a seconder to that amendment?
Yes, second.
Seconded by Councillor Peter Fox. Before there's a couple of members want to speak. I want to ask Councillor Petruni, is he prepared to accept that motion be amended? No. In which case, I got to take the amendment now. The amendment has been moved and seconded. Yeah, we've got to take this amendment in a moment, and Councillor Harris, you'll be on the line of speakers. There's a couple more as well. So can we have those in favour of the amendment to the proposition, to the motion, please? I've just been suggesting you might want a conversation amongst members might want to air their views before we go to a vote. What do you want to hear the rest of it? Other members say, please, before we go to that amendment vote. Okay. The next member to speak is Councillor Howarth, and we go to the amendment after. And then there's Councillor Liz Hackett-Payne. Sorry, yeah.
I think I've succeeded in confusing the chair. I think he had it nailed on the first time. As the chair said, we're now discussing the amendment. So if you signal to speak on the main motion, we have a list of your names already. What you are now speaking to is the amendment read out by Councillor Greenland, if indeed you want to speak to the amendment read out by Councillor Greenland. Those members that have signalled to speak on the substantive motion, you're still recorded, and we'll come back to you.
Thank you for that. The next speaker is Councillor Howarth.
Chairman, and I welcome the amendment to the motion. I could talk all day about our young people and how we have to guide them and bring them into society and give them confidence. And I think the big thing is confidence in the workplace, and find out what their avenue they'd like to go down. I'm just a little bit sticky with a few of the words that were in the amendment, but I'll live with that one. I'd just like to ask the Cabinet member, I know we're talking about Monmouthshire here, and using Monmouthshire as a hub and have more placements in Monmouthshire County Council than what we possibly are doing. I'd like to see the data that Bob has said that we do, and I think that's quite important as well, just to back them words up to support the motion, the amendment to the motion. But I remember having two young people, or two young lads who actually found placements for careers, and the one was in Wales and the other one was just on the border. And I think this is another thing which I do find with people do talk about young people and having placements and having career weeks or career fortnights. But one of my young sons actually could not attend his placement at a very large company just over the border because it was in England. The Welsh Government restricted our children, our young people in careers or wanting to look at careers because they were just going over the border to England. I'd just like to ask Cabinet Member, is that still the case? Because I'm led to believe it is. And I think that's very unfair for our young people of Monmouthshire. And the other thing we have to take in consideration here is how do some of the young people who we would offer placements to, or companies do offer placement to, how would they actually get there, some of them? Because we are a rural county. I had a young son who was leaving at 6 o'clock in the morning to go to a placement and was getting home at 7 at night on the bus. That bus service stopped. So the young placements after him, or young people after him, young people who wanted to find a guide in life, actually couldn't get there. The grant was cut. The bus route was taken from them. We only have to think of Cross Keys within the budget cuts, apprenticeships, training. It's all been cut. So we are trying our best, I think, as a council to work towards having and supporting our young people. But I think there's a lot more to do nationally and within Wales in helping young people. And I feel very strong about that as well. And I think every parent within Monmouthshire whose children are just leaving school now, who are going to further education, who have placements, I think they will feel the same as well. We need to do more to support them. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Howarth. Councillor Hackett-Payne, you wanted to come back on that.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure which Cabinet Member you refer to, but as Cabinet Member for Education, I would be very happy to take up the points you've made, because I also believe, you know, young people will work outside Wales, and we should give them any encouragement we can to get the placement that suits them and is best for them, wherever that be. So I most certainly will take that up on your behalf and hopefully be able to report something back to the next full council.
Thank you, Councillor Hackett-Payne. It's Councillor Roger Harris, followed by Councillor Maureen Powell.
Mine was on the substantive motion, Chair, as opposed to...
yeah. Do you want to say one?
Well, okay, I might as well say it now. Councillor Greenland read out a very impressive list of what we're doing for young people, but it'd be interesting to know how many of the councillors in here actually knew the extent of what we're doing. And I, for one, knew some of it, but not all of it by any means. And if it's the case that most of us don't know, I can see why the motion was put forward in the first place, put forward in good faith. We're not blowing our own trumpet well enough here in that case. And maybe I've missed out somewhere, but I don't remember any of the successes that these apprenticeships, or whatever we like to call them, being presented to scrutiny so that the wider world will know about it. So impressive, but it doesn't take away the reason why Councillor Petruni brought the motion in the first place. I think we all agree that we should be providing this sort of apprenticeship, and it's good to know there's a big list, but just keep us posted so that we actually are totally aware, and the good things that we do, if we don't know, maybe the general public don't know. So let's have a bit of scrutiny on this so we can keep tabs on what's happening. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Before Councillor Powell comes in, and Councillor Petruni wants to come in after Councillor Powell, so he's going to wind up on his motion. Okay, Councillor Powell.
Thank you, Chairman. It's more of a queried comment than anything else. It seems strange to me that the Welsh Government won't allow young people to go to placements over the border when they're quite prepared for young people to take up university places in England and still have their allowance from the Welsh Government or be helped with their fees. So if they're happy for them to go to university in England, why aren't they happy to go for apprenticeships? That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Petroni.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I just want to speak directly to the amendment, which was inevitably going to come. I thought we might get through this, but no. They had to find something, grasp at straws. So we are in a situation where we're not going to set up our formal. I mean, I was very clear with my words. I put formal internship program because I have been informed that there was kind of informal interns, if you want to call them. I know people aren't happy with the word, but I don't know how else to describe them. Work experience, whatever you want to call it, in the local authority. But it wasn't on a formal basis where recruitment was clear and why certain young people were chosen rather than who they knew or just by sheer luck or coincidence. So it'd be interesting to know I welcomed all the work, the apprenticeship stuff, but every young person working or getting work experience in this local authority, say for the last 2-3 years, it'd be interesting to know how they got here. Was it through, did they know anyone in the council? Was there a kind of direct link? Because why I've said formal is so it's a clear, transparent mechanism by where young people who don't maybe have those connections, don't work in those circles, don't know those contacts, don't have those opportunities, can have a mechanism whereby it's a clear, transparent way where they can apply for a job or get some work experience rather than because they knew the right person. And so I deliberately used formal, and I'm sad the Conservatives decided, no, we're going to kick this in the long grass, we're doing great anyway, we're going to turn the motion into, aren't we great, basically, which they always do, and now we'll have a go at the Welsh Government.
Councillor Sarah Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Just to make a brief point, under the Economy and Development Scrutiny Committee, we do scrutinise this agenda quite regularly. And just to give you a couple of examples, possibly more on the private sector side, but I know there's some fantastic work being done by Vanessa, for example, and we've actually asked for a seminar on the Young Enterprise Scheme, which takes place, and that's very much about equipping young people with the right skills for the future. And more recently, we had a joint Children and Young People Committee and Economy Committee where we looked at the STEM agenda and work experience in terms of that field of work. And again, there were suggestions and recommendations taken forward around working with the private sector to ensure that we had appropriate work experience placements.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. I'm going to go to the vote now on the amendment, please.
Can I just...
Yes, if you like.
Just very quickly, Chair, because there are a couple of points brought up. I think that when we were talking about, is it restricted to Wales, I guess they were talking about the apprentice scheme. And unless officers tell me otherwise, I think that is probably restricted to the Gwent Great area that we're looking at in that. But that is not the only thing that we do. And in the other initiatives that we follow, then we are looking much wider than that. And if it's cross-border that we can work, then we will work cross-border because that's the right thing to do. I was going to suggest, in relation to Councillor Harris's points that he quite rightly made, that it is probably a good idea for a report to go to Select and for them to scrutinise it and see if we're doing as much as we can possibly do, and also, taking up Councillor Petruni's point, how those people get into those jobs. But it would seem from Councillor Sarah Jones's remarks that her committee is already doing it, so it's covered. So I think actually the way that the amendment is worded covers all angles, and I would hope that the Labour group can, in fact, instead of putting this as a Labour amendment, can accept this as a whole county council agreement, which was the conciliatory way which I tried to put it.
Thank you very much, Dom. We need to go to the vote now. Could you please outline or state what your amendment is? And it has been seconded for the purposes of the democratic services.
Yes, I will give, if this is passed, I will give you a copy of this. So don't bother to try and write it down. Many young people searching for their first job often find it a difficult process, mainly because they are told they have no experience. Monmouthshire County Council offers various initiatives both within the council and externally to help Monmouthshire's young people with this problem. As one of the biggest employers in Monmouthshire, the council provides a number of internships, apprenticeships, work experience opportunities across a number of departments covering a wide range of skills. Through these initiatives, the council gives work to those living in Monmouthshire and elsewhere. Wages are paid in line with the living wage, commensurate to their age. By doing this, the council gives them a head start in today's tough job market, and we will continue to do this wherever we can.
Thank you for that. Those in favour of the amendment, please show. Those in favour of the motion by Councillor Patroon. Sorry, yeah, those against the amendment, please. I get it right. The amendment is carried. The amendment now becomes a substantive motion, as I understand it. And do you want a debate on this? Councillor Crook first, and then Councillor Batruni.
Yeah, I didn't really understand what, I think it was Councillor Greenland just said that it's not a Labour motion, it's not considered. I don't particularly care. What I want it to be is a motion that actually makes some sort of positive impact. And what it is now is a motion that does absolutely nothing. I don't care if it's Conservative or Labour or if it's, you know, two cats that put the motion forward, which it sort of feels like sometimes in this chamber. It's absolutely ridiculous that we've now got a motion that is absolutely going to do absolutely nothing for anybody. Nobody's trying to make a political point. Nobody's trying to point score. Nobody's trying to get one better on you. What we're trying to do is just have a bit of a positive impact for young people in Monmouthshire. Why can't you just do that? Right now, the way that that motion just reads, which you've just voted on, means that, okay, yeah, we're doing great as we are. Let's not try and do any better. All right, yeah, you can maybe, why don't you change it to say, we're already doing this, we're amazing, 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 let's all clap the Conservatives, and we're going to do more. Why can't we always strive to do more? What is the problem with that? There's absolutely no problem with that. So now you've just derailed some trying to be political. I don't care. You know I don't care. What I care about is getting a bit of a positive impact for the people. Why didn't, if you wanted to make it a big hurrah about how great the Conservative Party is, why didn't you add that in as well as making a positive impact? Because I don't care. I'll stick my hand up and tell you all how great you are, as long as some people benefit, as well as your egos.
Councillor Batruni. Councillor Batruni, please.
I'm all right, Chairman. I think Councillor Crook made the point.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Prosser.
Yes, I'd like to congratulate Monmouthshire County Council officers on their efforts to date on all these apprentices and internships. I know they've got it at heart for the benefit of the youngsters of Monmouthshire, and we should continue to do that. And I think Councillor Greenland's amendment is right and appropriate, and that we will continue to do our best for all the youngsters in Monmouthshire. And there's a lot more we can do, and I'm sure that it's taken on board today at this meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Prosser. No one else wishes to speak? The substantive motion is now going to the vote. Those in favour of the substantive motion, please show. Against? The substantive motion is carried. Thank you. Next motion, Councillor Kevin Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I've tried to present this in a simple way as a simple person born in an uncomplicated village. I trust that doesn't offend anybody, Chair. I had a discussion with a local in Abergavenny over the weekend before last regarding the Friday night cycling event. I should have actually worded this specifically for the Friday night because I don't know much about the one that goes on a Sunday. I know a little bit about the Velathon, but my language wouldn't allow to be printed in a written motion for that. A couple of years ago, the finishing line used to be outside the Grovefield pub. And the landlord from the Grovefield pub used to donate free electricity to the PA system. He used to open up his toilets for anyone that wanted to go there, regardless of whether they bought drinks in the pub. He looked after the marshals, give them cold drinks to cool them down on a lovely warm evening. And then last year, the finishing line was moved to a different part of the town. So I quite by chance said to him, have you had the barbecue out lately? I don't know the guy personally, so, you know, I got no interest. I said, well, had that barbecue out lately? He said, no, not for a couple of months. I said, well, didn't you have it out for the cycling? Then he explained the reason why. It's killed his Friday night trade. He said, I might as well not have opened. There was hardly anybody over here watching. And what I said I would do, I said, well, I'll raise that with the council. I did raise it sort of with Councillor Greenland, and we had a bit of a discussion. I'm sure Bob will remember on Twitter. So I thought I'd keep this motion fairly simple, but I want to put the words Friday night in front of cycling event, if that's okay. So is the council is pleased to host the Friday night cycling event in Abergavenny each year, and it will continue to ensure that local small businesses benefit from it each year. It's a fairly straightforward sort of motion. I would have quite happily gone behind the scenes and just done it, but I didn't quite get the response I wanted. So I'll probably say no more on it. You know, it's a fairly straightforward thing. If Councillor Greenwood wants to put an amendment to it, that's fine. I mean, he could put his response to say, well, you'll always not please everyone. You can add that if you want to, Bob. However, can you try and take it in the spirit which is meant and just, you know, give some thought. I spoke to Cal about this and we had an answer afterwards. But I promised to raise it, and true to my word, that's exactly what I've done. Thank you.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Yeah, Councillor Easton. Who wants to speak next, please? Councillor Greenland.
Thank you, Chair. I absolutely agree with the sentiments of the motion. Yes, of course, we want to continue to host events in the town. And we intend to do so Friday nights and the other nights. Inevitably, whenever you arrange an event like this, which involves some sort of road closure, there are some traders that will benefit, and clearly we now know that in previous years the Grovefield has, and there are some traders that on the night will not benefit, and clearly this year that has been the case with the Grovefield. I think it's actually fair to all traders if we consider therefore that we move the start and finish line around so that other traders who might previously have found that business wasn't as good as it could have been might therefore pick up trade. So I think the fair way to do it is to move this around the start and the finish ground. Obviously there are limited places where you can put it within the town, but nevertheless I think that what has happened this year is in response to other traders who had found that they were suffering through not being at the start and finish line. And I think that generally we have to say that the trade benefits greatly. But you know, the cycling events are not just about benefits to the trade and benefits to the community through tourism and all the rest of it. There's a very real benefit through the promotion of cycling for the health of particularly our youngsters. And you're quite right, I am going to seek a slight amendment because I would like to also include the issue of health in this, because I think it's an important issue as we move forward and we take these cycling events forward. So what I would suggest we put is this. This council is pleased to host the cycling events. Now, if you want to put in Friday's cycling events, I'm happy, but I would have actually preferred to cover the whole range of cycling events in Abergavenny this year. So this council is pleased to host the cycling events in Abergavenny each year. It will continue in its efforts to promote health through sport whilst offering added benefits to local small businesses through the increased footfall that this and similar events bring. So I hope I've covered both the spirit in which you put that motion forward, but I've also added the spirit of the health benefits, which I think is important, and I would like to put that amendment forward, Chair.
Is that seconded, please?
Second.
By Councillor Murphy. Councillor Prosser, you want to speak?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Chair, just a moment. As a point of order, when that happened last time, you said to Councillor Dimitri, was he happy to accept the amendment? Can you ask me?
I did. So, are you happy to accept that?
No, Chair, I'm not.
Well, I thought that. I thought that because I was watching you.
I specifically want the Friday night event in there. Otherwise, people are going to think I'm supportive of the Velathon, which I am absolutely not.
Well, we're not talking about the Velathon at the moment. Councillor.
Right, I'm on. I declare an interest which is non-prejudicial as the Deputy Mayor of Abergavenny. I think the Abergavenny cycling events bring a lot of footfall to the town. We have riders coming, they bring their families, we have supporters from all over Wales coming to Abergavenny, and to the benefit of a lot of people, whether their health, it's community engagement, it involves people, and I take on board what the councillor to my left has said, and yes, we should try to be fair to everybody. I agree with that. And so where practical, I think there's a line missing from Councillor Greenland's amendment. I would like to say in there, and where practical, start and finish lines can be moved around to the to promote equal benefit to the town's traders, or something to that effect. Sometimes it's not practical. You know, there are reasons, bends, hills, whatever, but where practical, let's try and do it to the benefit of all. So that's, I suppose I'm suggesting an amendment to the amendment, and let's Councillor Greenland wants to just clarify.
There's a point of clarification. Is that an amendment to the amendment?
No, he's seconding. I thought Councillor Prosser was seconding the amendment. Just a second, please. Councillor Prosser, were you seconding that amendment?
No, the second was down in front of me.
Sorry,
Chair.
but you did speak on it.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
You cannot amend an amendment. You debate an amendment, you conclude an amendment, and then if you want to move a further amendment, you are free to do so. But at the moment, you have an amendment unresolved for Council to consider, and I suggest you consider it to its conclusion.
Well,
well, I am.
In a while, maybe. Does anyone else want to, before you do, does anyone else want to speak on this, please? Wait a minute, Councillor, please, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Well, you just clarified something for me, Chief Exec, that I can't amend an amended amendment. I do want the Friday night kept in, if that's okay with Councillor Greenland. I do not want it to be broad-spanned right across, because it takes away the whole point of the original motion.
That's the clarification, is it? Thank you. Councillor Greenland.
In the spirit of being helpful again, Chairman, can I rephrase my amendment? And can it read now, this council is pleased to host the Friday evening cycling event in Abergavenny each year. It will continue in its efforts to promote health through sport while offering added benefits to local small businesses through the increased footfall that this and similar events bring. We will endeavour to move the start-finish line around to give all traders in the town the opportunities to increase their business.
Councillor Williams, do you accept that amendment to your...
I accept that amendment, Chair, thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've just solved a problem. The Labour group should let Bob Greenland know exactly what our motions are, and then he can come up with the amendment that we'll agree, and then we won't we won't tax you too much in the future, Bob. You performed this miracle for years and years, and as I said to Kevin, we just debated this before, and I said, Bob's going to come up with an amendment, I'm sure of it, so maybe we'll talk to you first.
I think it's quite clear now. We can go to the vote. Councillor Williams has accepted the amendment put forward by Councillor Greenland. Could we please, is there a second to the amendment, isn't it? Could we please have the vote now in favour of the amended That's clearly carried. Thank you very much. And it is now, that now becomes a substantive motion. No, you put your hands up again if you so wish. Substantive motion, all in favour. Thank you very much. The next item is item 7 on the agenda, is reports of the Chief Officer, Social Care and Health. Councillor Burrows.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Death and council tax, Chair. Are there more two certainties in our lives than these? It's an interesting point to ponder that we devote time to considering protecting ourselves against uncertainty with insurance cover, yet we put off attending to the aspects regarding our own end-of-life matters of which there is complete certainty. Be Now, or Living Well, is an important project, the aim of which is to raise public awareness about the importance of talking more openly about dying, death and bereavement, and making our wishes known to our loved ones. So I'm delighted today to welcome Bobby Bolter, the ABUHB, to talk to you and give you some more detail about what this is all about. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for allowing me to come and talk to you about BUNAR. It's something that I feel very passionate about. I know that you've had the briefing paper, but if I could just spend a few minutes just explaining to you a little bit more about BUNAR, if that's acceptable. BUNAR, or Live Now, is a campaign that was launched in Wales last May by the Minister for Health, and it's the Wales equivalent of Dying Matters, which was established in 2012 in England, and it was part of the end-of-life care strategy to start thinking about encouraging people to start talking about death and dying, and overall improving the quality of people's care at the end of their lives. So it's partly about actually listening to people, and as healthcare professionals, listening to people and about their experiences and learning from that and what we want to do to improve that, and how we can actually understand where it is that people would like to end their days. And for the vast majority of people, that's at home, not in hospital. Unfortunately, we don't achieve that. Most people actually end up dying in hospital. So there's lots of strands to this campaign, but basically it's about starting to encourage people, encourage communities to have what we call the big conversation. So that's about starting to talk to our loved ones about what, A, have we made a will? Have we thought about organ donation? It's not pushing people to go into organ donation, but have we thought about it, and have we talked to those people who are close to us? Have we thought about care at the end of our lives? Would we want to be resuscitated if we had something that probably wasn't reversible? Would we want to be admitted to hospital? It's about all of those kind of things. Have we talked to people? Have we planned our funeral? Have we thought about funerals? It wasn't until I got involved in this and talking to some local funeral directors, I didn't actually realise there were just so many choices in respect to funerals, and about the importance of the funerals reflecting people's lives. So have we thought about that? And the last point, very importantly, is have we shared that with someone? Have we told someone? Have we written it down? So BUNAR is about encouraging people to do those 5 things. And in doing those, it's about people helping people, those we leave behind when we do die, to actually have that peace of mind and knowing what people would have liked. As a nurse, and I've been nursing since the 70s, I've been in so many situations where someone ends up coming into hospital, you don't know what they would want. Now we've got the Mental Capacity Act, all the legislation. It's sometimes quite difficult. In the 70s and 80s, decisions were much easier. They're not so easy now at all. So it's about if those decisions have been made, that's been shared and it's written down, it is actually really important. As a health board, we want to promote this as part of our end-of-life care, this campaign. And it's actually as a result of some discussions that happened in this very chamber, probably about 18 months ago now, when we were discussing end-of-life care at the Select Committee for Health and Social Care, chaired by Councillor Farley, that we actually began these discussions about what we can do collectively to start improving the care of people at the end of their lives. And Councillor Farley and I have sort of got to know each other quite well, really, over the last 18 months, and have lots of discussions with people nationally as well about how we do this. As a result, an Iron Bevan Health Board, well, the Gwent area, not just the Health Board, is now a beacon site in Wales for BUNAR. We had a launch of that by Professor Howell Francis in February this year, and we had quite a big event, a conference that some of you were at in May of this year in Dying Matters Week. We also did a seminar to the council, and lots of you again would have been present at that as well, and I must say from my perspective it was actually a really rewarding session really, because everyone was just so interested in it. So what we're really asking today, we want to promote this locally as much as possible. We don't see this as health or social care, or even health and social care. This is for society as a whole. And what we want to do is to actually develop a partnership with the council. So what we do for Wales is to have the beginning of what that could look like. There's work being done in England at the moment about what makes a compassionate employer. You know, obviously you're the biggest employer in the Monmouthshire area. You put that with the health board and the police as well. You know, there's a vast number of people there. We haven't done the work yet because we want to start this formally, and what we'd like to do is to develop this as a formal partnership with the council so we can work together and work through what that means. It would be the first event of its kind in Wales, and certainly there are a lot of people at a national level quite interested in what comes out of they know they're having a discussion this evening about what comes out of this. I don't think there's probably anything I want to add to it, but I don't know if anyone's got any questions they want to ask.
Councillor Farley.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Bobby, for your report and actually for your kind remarks. This is an important topic. As you rightly remind us, all of this discussion and collaboration began in Adult Select Committee a while back, and I'd like to pay tribute to the members of the committee for bringing this topic forward and for encouraging its further development. And I'd also like, as it were, to thank the Health Board for listening to us and taking it seriously and developing an informal partnership, if you like, which I hope will now become a more formalised one. I don't need to remind members why this is important. Councillor Burrows reminded us of the inevitability of death and taxes. There's another good principle in all of this, which is Dr. Johnson's. The prospect of hanging concentrates a man's mind wonderfully, and that is really rather the same with this. This is the great question. This is the great issue that we all face, probably the only one that we all face, actually, since some taxes can be avoided or not collected. So, I would urge Council to support this programme, to recognise the importance of the topic, both for our own people and for our communities. And just to say, by way of a final remark, Adult Select Committee has been engaged throughout, and we certainly, if this does go forward, will want to continue to play a part by helping to monitor progress and provide, if you like, a forum where this and any related developments can be considered. So thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Chair. And I do hope that members will find a way to agree this particular development. And finally, to thank Councillor Burrows, who has supported this from the outset and worked with the committee on it. Thank you.
Councillor Leeson's next. But before you do, could Councillor Watt switch that mic off, please?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Yes, it's important that people look to their future or their future life and lifestyle at a younger age than what they tend to do. As I know too well from my own family, where a family member has got severe dementia and wasn't in the position to carry out some of the views that you have here. And it meant that my sister had to go through hoops to get into a position of sorting out the points you're making. So the earlier you make your will and look at various things, I think is very important. But one question I'd like to ask you is regarding organ donors. It is now an opt-in, an opt-out rather than opt-in, isn't it? I think your report still refers to opting in. Thank you.
Yes, it is opt-out now. And at the conference I mentioned in May, we had a discussion about organ donation and about, I think what was stressed there really was the importance of actually discussing that with your family and having that discussion prior to anything, although it isn't opt-out.
Councillor Watts, followed by Councillor Kevin Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, there's some really interesting initiatives, and I like you've kind of almost got it under one umbrella there, really, and there's inevitability about it, as you rightly say. I guess what's not being considered, or certainly in this debate, is I guess.
Would you speak?
Sorry, yeah. I guess what's not been considered so far, or I can see in these papers, is the demographics of people across Monmouthshire or Gwent. So, for example, what I notice is, and I did unfortunately attend to a constituent of mine who had to bury her son, simply the cost implication of burying her son and the added pressure that was put upon her, really, because of the, as I say, the cost implication. There are many, many people that, with the increase in deprivation across this county, that are simply facing the unaffordability of being able to bury their loved ones. And I think that needs, great consideration, because it is a growing pressure. I mean, I have to say this country's changed a lot in recent years. So I'll state again that 10% of the population at Chepstow, 7 to 10% of the population use food bank now. That should give you an indication of the increase in deprivation. And it's a real point, and I'd like to think there will be some further consideration now. It's pretty relevant to those people who are facing that immediate kind of concern, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. As somebody who sits along with Councillor Brian Jones on the Crematorium Committee, this is an extremely emotional issue. It's a very important issue. In the spirit of Councillor Greenland, I think I'd like to make an amendment to the report, actually, but Section 4, I think it could have a little line added to it where it says, record your funeral wishes. A short while ago, well, it seems to me like a short while ago, I lost my mother, and she'd arranged all this herself. She'd printed out a document for her funeral and told me where it was. Now, when I actually read this, the undertaker that she chose had already died before her. Of the 6 bearers, 3 had already died, and the other 3 were incapable of carrying the flowers, let alone herself. I think that Section 4, the last sentence should be, and please keep it up to date, because, it is an emotional issue, death of a loved one, however that may be. But I think it's important that people who make these things also keep them up to date and realistic, so that when somebody follows behind, they don't feel guilty as I did that I couldn't use the bearers that she wanted, the undertaker that she wanted, because they were no longer alive. So I think keeping up to date is very important.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Petruni, followed by Councillor Hobson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. It's true to say that people don't like to talk about death, so I welcome this report coming in front. And I like 3 because it makes the people really consider organ donation, and makes them really put it verbally down that they don't mind their organs being donated. But I want to ask quite a technical question, I suppose, in the sense that this strikes me, and you're going to correct me if I'm wrong on this, like a sort of work that needs to be involved in the public sector board kind of committee structure, which is where all the health boards and different organisations are trying to work together to improve. And I don't see it mentioned, and it just strikes me as this is a classic programme that should be involved in that kind of mechanism. I could be wrong, I'm just saying.
Thank you. Councillor Hobson, followed by Councillor Guppy, followed by Councillor Fox.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to planning and with recording a will, I'm aware that there is a government office, and I know that this is going to be wrong, the Office of the Public Defender?
I think it's the Public Guardian.
Public Guardian, yeah. That's it, yeah. Where wills can be registered and other life-ending or situations can be recorded, so it protects the people having to make the decision as well as the person it concerns. In regards to wills, just through anecdotal evidence that you pick up, particularly from constituents, there seems to be a wide quality of what a will is. There are some cheapies you can find online, which are not worth the paper they're written on. And then there's other times where I've actually heard of people who have paid anything up to £3,500 to get all these arrangements recorded beforehand. So is there something in this policy that we can ensure for Monmouthshire people that they get good advice, but also giving them the best possible protection as well from either making a decision where the will is not up to scratch or avoids them from being exploited?
Thank you, Councillor Hobson. Councillor Guppy. And after Councillor Fox,
Thank you, Chair.
speaking after you, I think I'll ask the officer Claire Marchant to see if she wants to say something.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to bring up, we might be talking about end life and maybe the older generation, but I'd like more emphasis to be put on for children and young people. They also have life-limiting illnesses, and it doesn't strike me from this report that that's jumping up and biting me to support that. It's a very specialised area, but I think that we can bring it within this report as a generic report, but I think that that's an area that we need to support our communities and the people directly involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fox.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Bobby, for coming along once again and talking us through these big decisions. And I wonder how many of us have been able to have that conversation since you were last here. And I doubt many of us have, because it's one of those things I think you shared at the seminar. It's one we put off yourself. It's one we all put off. And indeed, I haven't made a will yet. I still feel like I'm 18, but I know I'm nearly 25, but 18 stone, yeah. Yeah. He's just lost his job, don't he? No, seriously, it is a really difficult decision, and especially as you see your parents getting older and you know they haven't done these things themselves, and how do you instigate that conversation? It's really challenging and difficult. And for our own selves, you know, we all get, I mentioned this before, I get a pile of people ringing me up trying to sell me funeral plans, and it's quite confusing. I know my way around a few of these things to understand what might be better for me and economically sensible, and how it might leave my family if I went before the first few years and things like that, you know. And I think real guidance needs to be there to help people, especially those, you know, more vulnerable people who are really on tight budgets and who are really worried about this and wanted to make the right decisions. So signposting to those right avenues, I think, is fundamental. I want to just take us to the recommendations you've asked us to agree. Absolutely support every one of those, and wherever we can to work with you in the campaign, I would hope this council is totally in agreement that we do that. It's a really important message you've given us again today, and one we shouldn't forget, and I think we need reminding regularly. So once again, thank you for coming along, support the recommendations. Thank you, Jeff, for putting this before us again.
Before Officer Claire Marchant comes in, Councillor Down and Councillor Powell, and then the Officer Claire Marchant, and then we'll go to the vote after that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I guess we all believe in our own immortality, which is why we don't talk about these things as much as perhaps we should. Just want to endorse the point that Councillor Watts made about the costs of funerals. At a time when inflation is pretty well non-existent, the costs of funerals are going up by sort of 5% per annum. The average funeral now, I read, costs between £3,700 and £5,000, and that's not for anything special. That's just the basic. Councillor Watts refers to the costs of burial, the costs that we as a local authority levy. And yes, those have gone up, but nothing like as much as the costs of the funeral director's services. I've just very quickly looked at the accounts of a well-known local undertaker and been somewhat surprised at the level of his profit. It is a ridiculous, exorbitant figure. And I think maybe it's time to have a conversation with those people. Obviously, that's not something that the county can do, but at a higher level about the charges that they levy. I just wanted to add one other point, which is probably slightly tangential, but I'm going to make it anyway. Whilst we cannot stop anyone dying, we can defer people's deaths. We're all very concerned about road traffic injuries and the deaths that occur on our road. And in Wales, that's about 100 people a year. 400 people, 4 times that, commit suicide. Nearly all of, well, 80% of them, men. And perhaps if they could be encouraged to talk, then their death, if not stopped, can at least be deferred.
Thank you. Councillor Powell.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just going to say something about the twilight hour time.
Could you speak to the
sorry.
microphone, please?
Well, that's better. Is that better? Yeah. When you know, the last few years before you die, if you do happen to be unfortunate and develop dementia, if you've got your own family around you, there shouldn't be a problem. But my one fear, if my family wasn't around me, I'm on very strong painkillers. And if I got dementia and I was moved to home a long way away and possibly the notes didn't go with you, the thought of suffering very severe pain because I couldn't explain to the nurses. And I think this is one thing that, as well as saying how you want to be buried or what you want to go then after you're dead, is that somewhere you record your situation before you get to that stage, because it must be some people that are suffering dreadfully because there's nobody there to give that advice and to make sure that's carried out. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Claire Marchant, please.
Thank you very much. I think this is a really, really important subject for us to be discussing in the Chamber this afternoon. I think it's far wider than health and social care. A number of the issues that have been raised are quite health and social care specific, and I think it's important we come back to individual members around those. So, for example, around the issue of suicide, for example, around the issue about what we can do in terms of advanced care planning in advance of people not having mental capacity. But the purpose of bringing the paper this afternoon was that wider discussion around how we as communities outside of health and social care encourage people to have these big conversations, and how we as a council can work with the Health Board and other partners to really take that forward and make that a reality. And what I would suggest in discussion with Will McLean and other officers is that we use the Ageing Well group, which is a subgroup of our Public Service Board, to really make sure that we put some practicality and the right support through things like the information, advice and assistance, which we must deliver to people through the Social Services and Wellbeing Act as they're having these conversations. And I think it's important that, embracing the concept, that we make sure that we're implementing that in a very practical and supportive way. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. We now go into the vote. The recommendation is the Monmouthshire County Council is asked to note the contents of this paper and agree the Health Board will support this campaign. Those in favour, please. Thank you. That's carried. The next item, I want to bring item 7.4 forward. This is a request of Councillor Burrows because it's the same officer, I believe, is it?
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to welcome today Mr. Phil Diamond, who is the primary author of this report. And can I thank those members who attended the dementia-friendly awareness training early in June. I sincerely hope they found the time well spent. I'm bringing the report to Council for members' consideration for 2 very simple reasons. There are increasing numbers of people in our various communities that are suffering with dementia. By working towards dementia-friendly accreditation for our local authority, this will bring to members, officers and staff, by way of brief training, greater insight into the plight of these individuals. But most importantly, when you come across it in your daily lives, you will have the skill sets both to understand and assist someone, perhaps someone who is needful in some way, rather than being an uninformed bystander. In very simple terms, this is not about the authority of itself being any different. It's just an opportunity for us all to have some greater insight and a little more common humanity when it comes to relations with our neighbours, families and friends, and yes, even complete strangers. So I hope you can support this report today, and obviously we'll be happy to invite questions to both Phil and myself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on a very important matter, dementia-friendly communities. And my first task is to officially award you the Dementia Friendly Community Award. So I have one in Welsh and one in English, and I'll just leave them at the front. So it'd be great to see them in the reception the next time I'm here. And we don't just give out dementia-friendly awards. for expressions of interest. There is an accreditation process. It's an accreditation process developed by the Alzheimer's Society, and there's 7 steps to meet. The first step is to ensure that there's a strategic governance arrangement. I'm very pleased to say that we are linking in through Ageing Well in Wales, and we'll be bringing in reports to the Public Service Board. Second criteria is to have a champion. I'm very pleased that Councillor Jeff Burrows has been championing the cause for us. And the third criteria is around awareness. And we've been raising awareness through our Dementia Friends. And it's great to see so many members here with the Dementia Friends badge on today. For those members who haven't had the opportunity, we will gladly come back and deliver a session. It's only 45 minutes, and it is very worthwhile. I was chatting to a nurse last week, and she'd been nursing for over 30 years, and she said it was a light bulb moment, even for health professionals. So I think it is very worthwhile. And the fourth criteria is about, well, the most important criteria for me, actually. It's about engaging with people living with dementia and their carers, so that their views are brought back to us as sort of strategic service planners, so that we shape our services according to them. And we have links with the dementia-friendly cafes run through Alzheimer's Society. And the last criteria is to ensure that there are regular reports. So I will have to report back to Alzheimer's Society every 6 months on the number of organisations who have gained the accreditation, and if they're still meeting that. So I will have to come back in 6 months and to judge you all, and I can't envisage I'll be taking the award away with me, but I think it is important, and that just highlights that you know, this award is not something that we just give you today and it sits happily and sort of in reception. It will require you to show progress, and on that matter, I just want to highlight that the actual title of this accreditation is Working Towards, because in essence the journey will never finish, because we will always aspire to do as much as we can for people living with dementia. So just some other quick words. We are living in an ageing population. We have to celebrate that success. We are living longer, but I know in Monmouthshire, in terms of residents over the age of 65, you have more residents than compared to the other local authorities, and I've been working on the population needs assessment recently under the Social Services and Wellbeing Act, and that's become sort of evident. In terms of the Social Services and Wellbeing Act, you'll hear a little bit more about that later, but it was brought about to help prepare for the future, to ensure our services are more sustainable, and it will work in tandem with the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. But one of the, I guess the principles of the Act are very much about promoting well-being, prevention, early intervention, and sort of working in partnership. Well, they're all words, but what is a sort of physical manifestation of that is a dementia-friendly community for me. What I tend to think of, it's almost the act in action. And I think that is important, you know, for the public to be aware that out of all these strategies comes direct action. And I'm very pleased to be sort of part of that. We have been working with partners. I delivered a Dementia Friends session this afternoon to Gwent Police. By the middle of August, every single police officer in Gwent Police will be a dementia friend. That's in a sort of region of maybe 1,200 officers. We've also worked with local businesses, Waitrose, NatWest Bank, even Llandegford Reservoir. And I know Tintern Station was mentioned earlier. Tintern Station has an award as well. And it's important that we are bringing businesses on board. And I think what Monmouthshire County Council are doing is leading from the front on this. And it will show to other businesses, organisations, public sector partners that we will lead from the front. And if we are doing this, so should you. So I sort of congratulate you on achieving the award. And going forward, I'm sure it will encourage more businesses to come on board. But just one other note, we are linking with schools, and I'll be delivering a session over in Raglan Primary School. It's important in terms of training and awareness to sort of make the next generation aware of dementia. And just my other final point, I just want to mention, obviously, you have a superb precedent here in the council with the way that you've taken safeguarding forward and made safeguarding everyone's responsibility. And I think what you have an opportunity here is to make dementia everyone's business. And it will breathe life into communities, because I think over time you can even drop the word dementia and have friendly communities. Because a dementia-friendly community is not just a good place, a safe place for someone living with dementia. It's a good place, a safe place for us all. Thank you.
Before Councillor Easton wishes to speak now, but I'm conscious the fact is for cabinet members, but the recommendation is to note the content of the report, but discuss points for consideration and then identify the next step. So Councillor Easton, you next, please.
Yeah, thank you. Alzheimer's and dementia can happen in younger people, not just older people. And there's been an increase with the younger people who have got Alzheimer's, which is not a mental illness, it's a disease, where they get into some form of trouble with the police. And I'm happy to see the police are beginning to understand the problems this causes, and I'm happy that the Police and Crime Commissioner, Jeff Cuthbert, has taken us on board. Because there have been incidences where younger people have had a brush with the law, and because they couldn't represent themselves properly in court, they've found themselves on the wrong end of the legal system. That is really because there's been the legal aid has not been there for them. So I'm glad that the authorities and the police are taking this seriously, as no doubt they ought to, because it will then protect individuals who fall into trouble for no reason of their own and not able to express how they've got into that situation. Yes, I support this, and I support the police, that you've trained them as you have. And I've also had this training with you and also with the Community Health Council, and it is a very important topic. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Watts next. Can you be to the point, please? No, I'm just asking you to be. No, I'm just asking you to be brief and to the point, please.
Do you know what? I'm not going to make the point.
No, you say what you say, but as brief as it possibly. So, do you want to speak? Well, it's up to you. No, I'm asking you to, to cover the points. Be brief.
I wanted to bring up the high street. I wanted to talk about dementia-friendly businesses, and I'm led to believe that we've got existing businesses like Argos and Homebase and Lloyd's Pharmacy, Lloyd's Bank, etc., that claim to be friendly towards people that have dementia. And I just wondered if the authority could take on that initiative. So there are staff here that understand some of the difficulties that some people with dementia have. I was listening to a thing this morning about a lady that had gone shopping in a supermarket, and they were specifically people trained because she didn't actually understand what she was buying. She didn't know what an orange was. She didn't know what an apple was. She didn't know what a banana was, but she knew she had to get it. And when she came to pay, there was somebody there to help her pay because she didn't actually understand what money was. Now, I know that might sound extraordinary to people, but that's the reality of this disease. And I just wondered if we could take this on. I know you've claimed that we've made good progress, but I think it's certainly something that we could try and roll out in a one-stop shops. And I think it would be hugely helpful. And the other thing is, Chair, what I've noticed over the last few years, well, I know it's almost historic, is that where we have had sheltered accommodation, unfortunately, we've seen the erosion of warden services. Now, I know the responsibility of wardens has changed. In fact, you're not even allowed to use the word warden, but some of those people are key to helping those people go about their day-to-day life and help them explain away their day. And I do think that's a regressive step. I would say that we should really think very, very hard about bringing in that kind of service to sheltered accommodation again, if we're really serious about it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. No one else has asked to speak. And the recommendation, it says the Cabinet is asked to note the content of the report, discuss points for consideration, which has just happened by 2 members, and identify the next steps. Councillor Burrows?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to clarify where we are with this, is we're going to be embarking on training. It's very similar to the safeguarding story. It is everyone's business. And so what will happen with Phil's cooperation and working with other staff, that this will start to roll out in the weeks and months ahead, that brief 45 minutes to members. Perhaps we can think about it for induction purposes when the new cohort arrive next year, but certainly through officers having champions, trainers, training trainers, so that the thing starts to blossom and become all enveloping as far as the authority is concerned. So that's where we are. We're at a start point, and that is really the ambition. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's a note the content of the report. And there have been points made that's been asked to be considered, and I think that's fair comment. And to identify the next steps, that's going to be a matter of progress, if I put it that way. So can I ask you, please, in favour of accepting this report? Thank you very much. Considering the agenda, we'll take the next item, but hopefully we will be having a break after this next. We will be having a break after the next item, depending how long it is. But I hope it's not that long. Sorry, and the next item is safeguarding, and that's item 7A. 7.1 on the agenda. Thank you very much. Councillor Burrows.
Thank you again, Chair. I welcome the report here today. I'm confident that members will be satisfied with the message that the content offers. I should just like to give a brief cap of our journey to date, and apologies, as clearly we've discussed this on a number of occasions before. For as long as I can remember as a member here, certainly up until the last 3 years, the subject of safeguarding matters was but a minor periodic update report that came to the CYP Select, reflecting on matters raised through our schools and social care, concentrating on the operational processes that were deemed necessary at the time. Eston in 2012 found us wanting on a number of fronts, including safeguarding, and were right to do so. I will not revisit the developments that arise subsequently to respond to this, but the crux of it was to ensure that for once and for all, that this authority embraced the principles of safeguarding as everyone's responsibility. And that was to go for both vulnerable children as well as adults. I'm delighted that much progress has been made in the interim, driven by the Safeguarding Unit, the whole authority safeguarding coordinating group, political leadership, scrutiny, and the huge efforts that have gone into the staff training programmes. In order to get a sense of our progress and to have an evidence base to demonstrate to Eston that we were progressing, we have relied on the tables shown to illustrate both the work streams and our internal assessment of our degree of success in achieving those goals. They have done two things for us. They've given markers to progress and identified work still to be done. Last year, prior to the final Eston visit, we had the benefit of outside scrutiny of our progress from both the Welsh Audit Office and an acknowledged expert in the field, Mr. Ellis Williams. In both cases, they concurred with our findings and broadly agreed with our continued to-do list. What you're seeing in the tables is a coalescing of views from initially being just an internal assessment to one that is a collective view from other parties as well. It is describing in risk terms, in my view, the degree of success in certain areas of the authority that are trying to absorb for the first time a new culture that historically has not been consciously attributed to them. And for some people, it's easier to appreciate than others. The evidence is the same. It is the interpretation of the facts that are showing in the numerical changes. Given where we've been in the past with the accompanying complacency, frankly, that went with it for years, I'm quite happy to pick over numbers that demonstrate relative degrees of good. And it is my mandate as the Cabinet member responsible for safeguarding to see that it continues to get better still. The new component in the further embedding of safeguarding for both the authority and its external partners is the commencement of a new whole authority safeguarding scrutiny panel. And this, in my view, will be able to make a significant contribution to this endeavour. And this, of course, we'll be discussing, obviously, on the next item. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Burrows. Does anyone wish to speak on this? Councillor Petruni.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just a quick question. On the table, point 8, it says, we operate at best safeguarding practices and can demonstrate how we identify and address areas where improvement is needed. And that hasn't improved for 2 years. So we haven't improved in how we can identify improvement. And I'm wondering, for me, I mean, all the objectives are crucial, but if we're not improving in how we understand where our weaknesses are, that's a key pillar of what we need to, that's a key pillar that we need to be good on, surely, rather than, I mean, I appreciate we might not be best practice in safeguarding, but we've got to be top of our game in understanding where we're not doing well. And historically, and I'm not attributing this to you, but historically this council is very bad at identifying where it's not good.
Thank you. I think Claire wants to say something, so I'll respond to that. Thank you.
I think, as Councillor Burrows has mentioned in his introduction, the way that we've scored things reflects the fact that we are taking a really, I think, forensic look at where we're at against all of the areas and all the standards that we've set ourselves, and we're being very challenging in that and not wanting to set ourselves up to fail in terms of scoring things perhaps higher than we think they are, because safeguarding is a piece of work which is never concluded. Constantly we're having to sort of continue to roll things out across new service areas to look at how we're responding in terms of our commissioning responsibilities, in terms of our direct provision, but making sure it's properly embedded in our volunteering offer. And so because we're so, I think, vigilant and have very attuned self-assessment processes, we're being quite harsh on ourselves really in terms of those scores, because we don't want to be complacent and we really want to inform the future agenda item, which is the next step action plan and the further development. So that really reflects why we've scored that the way that we have.
Yes, please. Just really quickly, I hear what you're saying, but it's the only score that's 3. The rest of them are 4, and I'm just wondering, that one particularly stands out like a sore thumb. And so you're being harsh on one objective, or?
I think we're being realistic across all the objectives. I think that one particularly was involved by some quality assurance work that we'd done within parts of our children's services, which are reflected within my annual report, which is coming up later this evening. And I think that means that we felt that we had to score that very realistically to reflect the action plans and the pieces of work that we needed to do. So I'm comfortable with the way that we scored things on the basis that it's demonstrating quite realistically where those areas of further improvement need to focus.
Thank you for that. Councillor Howarth.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'd just like to discuss and explain to members about an issue which has arisen with myself and organisations, reference to safeguarding and welfare. And I think it revolves around leisure and our leisure departments within Monmouthshire, and I'll take the public areas, because I think it's something that we haven't actually looked at and thought about. I have been emailing officers, and I'm just waiting for a decision on where they're going to go with this. But and I'll just give councillors an example there. If one of our associations, one of our booking organisations uses facilities within Monmouthshire for sport, whatever kind of sport, I won't elaborate too much on that, we need to make sure that they have policies in place themselves for safeguarding, to make sure that if they book that they are covered, or we cover ourselves with the safeguarding policies incorporated by that federation they're signed up to. I think that's so important, because there are lots of things going on out there which we may not be aware of, but the social media and the facilities out there now for everyone to use is there, and we can't turn a blind eye to it, and the technology out there now is there. And I think it's so important that we make sure our young people who are there are protected by us also. So, i.e., if somebody hasn't got a policy in place or isn't adopting a policy, we make sure they do it, because if they don't, that means they do not recognise welfare and safeguarding. And I think it's important that we as an organisation make sure that whenever anybody uses our leisure facilities, whether it's one of our parks, our leisure centres, or any land to carry out any kind of activities there, that they are well aware that there are policies out there and they must adhere and adopt them policies, because it's so important. Couldn't I have assurances from this council that we'll work extremely hard to make sure that them important points I've made are in place for every young person within Monmouthshire?
Thank you, Claire.
Yeah, I mean, the safe audit process is something which we've instigated as a council and enables us to do just that, really, in terms of all our settings. And I think part of what the next phase of work is to make sure that's properly embedded across everything that we do. Obviously, there's been a key focus in terms of educational settings, and that needs to be the focus right across all settings where children and vulnerable adults indeed come into contact, and that's within our action plan.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor. Oh, you didn't? Oh, I told you were. Councillor Harris, and then Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Objective 8 is really vitally important, and Claire says that she's being particularly harsh on this one. Can we have an assurance from her that the harshness will be ameliorated in September 2016 by us not getting a 3?
Councillor Harris, I will always advise the council realistically and honestly. We've got plans in place where we know there are things we need to do better, and we will deliver on those plans and monitor against those plans. We've got our audit processes, so we have got our eyes and ears out there to alert us to other issues as they may arise. And I would anticipate we will continue to improve, and indeed that's our strategy to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Val-Smith, and once Councillor Smith have finished, if I may, we'll go to the recommendations and then we'll go for a 5-minute break.
Very briefly, Chairman, because this report, the end-of-year performance, our whole authority covers the individuals that we as an authority are responsible for. But it doesn't, unless I've read it wrong, cover those individuals who are placed within Monmouthshire in other establishments who are told that are the responsibility of care standards in Wales. I've never seen a report on how these establishments function. I am aware of situations that do occur, because I can't remember if we've got 9 or 15 establishments now, but I do feel a concern that things could occur that are not our responsibility but will reflect on Monmouthshire. Hopefully not, but...
We do have responsibilities around people who are placed from out of county into facilities within Monmouthshire. And as far as safeguarding is concerned, the placing authorities maintain the responsibilities around their care management and around assessing those needs. The establishments themselves are registered and regulated either by CSSIW or by Health Inspectorate Wales if they're a health facility, but we do have safeguarding responsibilities and we do actively engage with those establishments through the SAFE process.
Thank you very much. We've got 2 recommendations, 2.1 and 2.2, that members consider this information in parallel with a separate report on the proposed changes to the whole authority safeguarding approach, and that members seek assurance that the proposed changes will improve performance on issues highlighted through this report. No, we'll have 5 minutes now. Excuse me, we'll have a 5 minutes break now, as we've been here just over 2 hours, and I think it's necessary.
No, I'm not saying that, Chair. I'm saying we can't make this...
Excuse me, I know what's next. I appreciate it. Will you please refrain from speaking? I said we'll have a 5-minute break. I know that, please. I know that the next one is running in parallel, but we're having a break for 5 minutes. We've been here 2 hours and 6 minutes at this moment in time.
No problem.
Yeah, it seems like 2,000 years. In favour of the recommendations, please. Thank you very much. That's carried. A 5-minute break. Please ensure that all microphones are switched off.
Accept the recommendation.
Councillor Easton, could you switch that microphone off, please? You've got to bear in mind that this process, this meeting, is still being live streamed. Thank you. This is the next one. Oh, which one we just done now? You turn them over? Yeah, this is the next one.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, 7B. Can we start to settle down, please? Thank you, members. The next item on is item 7B, safeguarding strategy and programme. Thank you.
Thank you again, Chair. For me, the drivers of this report are twofold. Firstly, the new Social Care and Wellbeing Act is mandating us to do something that we've figured was our responsibility anyway, and that was to give the same importance to vulnerable adults as well as children with respect to safeguarding. Secondly, the reinvigorating of the whole authority safeguarding coordinating group by the creation of an up-to-date and relevant overarching safeguarding policy, a well-crafted remit assisted by a well-defined terms of reference that they can understand and act upon all aspects of safeguarding matters and both directly attributable to the Council as well as to its collaborating partners. I look forward to hearing observations of members and confident they can support the next chapter in the safeguarding journey. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Who wishes to speak on this one, please? Councillor Petroni.
Yes, Chairman. I suppose it's a point of clarity and depending on the response, a kind of question really. Point 3.7, which says there was several considerations. I think there's 6 bullet points there. These are all things that were considered. And then 3.8 says this proposal has been shared. What proposal? Is the proposal the future programme or is those considerations? It's just not clear from the document if it follows. Do you know what I mean?
Could you speak into the microphone, please, so the rest of the members know what's happening?
My profound apologies, Chair. What I was saying was that as the author of this report is not with us today, and it's a good point, what I'm prepared to do is have a dialogue with Jane Rogers and actually feed back to Councillor Petroni exactly what is referred to there.
Thank you for that. Anyone else wish to speak on that? No? If not, I'm prepared to go to the recommendations. The report recommends members approve the proposed changes. Bullet point 1, to introduce a safeguarding strategy, Appendix 1. Bullet point 2, underpin a strategy with an activity programme of 3 distinct elements covering corporate, children and young people and adults. Appendix 2. And the third bullet point is change the terms of reference and representation of the whole authority safeguarding coordination group, which is Appendix 3. And the last bullet point is discontinue the current performance report mechanism and replace it with a scorecard of key safeguarding measures to monitor performance. Will you please show in favour? That's clearly carried. Thank you very much. And the next one is the annual report of the Statutory Director of Social Services. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sitting here today, and I did consider going and standing in the lectern for this one, but it takes me back almost exactly a year when you all interviewed me for the position of Statutory Director of Social Services. It is almost exactly a year ago. And it's flown by, hasn't it? What a lot of fun you can have in a year, or 9 months exactly, which is the amount of time I've been here with you. And this is my first opportunity to present my appraisal of whether we are achieving the vision, which you asked me to present to you on that day back in early August last year, and indeed to advise you of my assessment as your statutory director of the state of social services in Monmouthshire. You have a legal duty to appoint a statutory director. I have a legal duty to present an assessment of social services to you on an annual basis. The format of the report and the way that I do that is a matter for each individual director. And across Wales, and there's a variety of characters in the Directors of Social Services world, each director presents their information quite differently. But there are certain things which we're required to advise our councils of. How well are we delivering our social services functions? How well are we supporting people, adults and children, to overcome whatever barriers they may face to live the lives they want to live? In answering these questions, there are some key issues that we must highlight in each report. How accessible are we to the people who seek our services? Is our social work practice sound in the way that we assess and develop care plans for people's to meet people's needs? Have we the right service offer available? That is, are our commissioning arrangements sound? Do we have robust safeguarding arrangements in place for both adults and children? And have we developed the whole social care workforce, those we employ and critically those that we don't employ directly, to provide the quality and range of approaches and services that we need? The next annual report you'll receive from me in respect of this financial year will also need to advise on a range of other questions as a consequence of the Social Services and Wellbeing Wales Act, which we've mentioned a number of times already this evening, and the new duties upon us as a council. So this is a transitional year in many ways. You've had 2 directors, you've had changes as heads of service. But critically, our shift in focus needs to continue, and we need to report on how well we are supporting people to achieve their wellbeing outcomes. Have we completed our population needs assessment, and is that driving what we do? How is our model and offer around early intervention and prevention? And how are we integrating with our partners within the NHS and beyond, and collaborating regionally? My style in this report and in future ones will be to give you an honest, balanced and transparent appraisal informed at all times by evidence. The evidence that underpins this report is much wider than the performance indicators within it. It's the experience of people who come into contact with us, positive and sometimes less positive. It's the experience of our workforce, our partners, and you as members of your contact with us in social services. It's our qualitative analysis through quality assurance processes and learning and review of what we do and what we can do better. The report describes our ambition, the vision of where we want to be. The culture, values and behaviours that underpin this are so important to our success. One of those values is openness, transparency and integrity about where we are. That served us very well in some areas of social care and health in Monmouthshire. And embedding and sustaining this culture in all parts is the leadership challenge for me as your statutory director, but also leaders at every level, including members. Our challenge for this coming year is to sustain and develop further the excellence which we clearly have in certain parts of social care and health, and to understand and address the variability that we have in other parts. We need to manage the service and financial risks which exist, both in our children's services, but critically and also in parts of our adult social care. A simple enough task, but against a backdrop of the demographics which we know that we're facing and diminishing financial resources, this has never been more difficult. Our adage here in Monmouthshire is that we do the right thing and it's more cost effective, the savings come, and it's also better outcomes for people. That's the starting point, of course, and knowing what that right thing is and measuring how far away we are from it in terms of all our service areas is critically important. A big priority for us this year is to make sure that we've got the right management information to inform our decision making, and so that we're, as officers, in a position to advise you properly as members and put in place the right solution. So, where are we now? Well, November 2015, which was when I joined you, was an interesting time to become statutory director in an authority in Wales. The Social Services and Wellbeing Wales Act is the most fundamental change to the legal basis of social services since the inception of the welfare state. In Monmouthshire, we were well placed to meet the challenges of the Act and deliver on its requirements. And not just in terms of being over the line or complying statutorily, but in delivering really that cultural and practice change which comes with the ambitions of the legislation. The areas where we were best placed were those areas where we'd really embedded integrated work in assessment and care plans, a history of integrated teams, strong commissioning and strong safeguarding arrangements. The areas where we have more to do is those areas where we really need to be outward looking and moving beyond that social services bubble into working on well-being, early intervention, prevention, community solutions to the issues which people face in their lives, recognising that for many, many people, social services itself is a toxic brand. People don't want to receive social services and be seen as a recipient of services. Many, many people want to make active contributions to their own lives. This is why the place-based approach, which is the successor to community coordination for us, in Monmouthshire is so important to what's described within the vision within that report, and can only be delivered by working with people outside of social care and health, and preferably led as well outside of social care and health. What I highlight in my report are areas of real excellence, as well as the key priorities for improvement. And I think it's really important we celebrate success and know what good looks like. When I came here a year ago for that interview, I was asked my opinion on the Raglan project, and honest as I always am, I said I'm not really know that much about it at this point. It was Councillor Penny Jones who asked the question. At this point, I know quite a lot about what was the Raglan project and is now our remodelled care at home offer. And I can honestly advise you as council, there is nothing of its like across the whole of the UK, let alone in other authority areas in Wales. Home care traditionally has been a very task and time based occupation where people's basic care needs are met, but in terms of their need for relationships, continued connection, that dignity and respect within which the care is delivered, but also recognising them as a person, is something which, what was Raglan is now our method for delivering care at home within the council, is something we can rightly be very proud of. Our biggest risk for the next year, and therefore challenge and opportunity in adult social care, is how we take that learning from remodelling care at home for the in-house sector to the independent sector market. That's 75% of the care which is delivered in Monmouthshire to people. The turning the world upside down work is now quite well advanced, and this needs to deliver quickly, but needs to deliver right. Managing the balance is crucial. The domiciliary care market in Monmouthshire, as across the whole of Wales, is fragile. And unless we manage that market and put in place solutions working in relationship with providers, that market will manage itself, and that task and time, that way of working will continue in a way which doesn't deliver the outcomes for people. So that's a key area, I think, for us to continue to advise council in the next year. A second area of excellence I highlight in my report is the remodelling of opportunities for people with disabilities through My Day, My Life. Traditional ways of care and support for people have been turned on their head, and it's really inspirational stuff if you've got the opportunity to go out and see some of what's happened. People who felt they had no right to the same life experiences as you and I, social experiences, work experience, holidays, relationships, are now starting to experience those things as routine. And again, we're not complacent. There's much to do in the area of commissioning for people with disabilities in the next year. New models of accommodation and support, really embedding that place-based approach for everyone, not just older people, which was where we started really through Mardy Park and elsewhere, and breaking down the barriers between adults and children's approaches to working people with people with disabilities across the life course. We still hear about transition between children and adult services, and sometimes hear carers telling us that it feels like falling off a cliff, and that's not something we want to be hearing any longer. It's our duty to work with people and families to overcome those barriers to working in a common way across social care and health. And we've just considered it, but I do need to highlight to you that despite how we may have scored ourselves in reports, that the whole authority safeguarding approach we've adopted is an area of work to be really proud of. It's an area of work where we've made considerable progress in recent years. It's been led from within our children's services, which is important to recognise the strengths that there are within children's services in Monmouthshire, and the foundations it's given us in making that adage that safeguarding is everybody's business a reality, which means we can all sleep at night, is really important. And again, we're not complacent. Nothing stands still. We've just considered that next phase of work. And in addition to what's within that report, really embracing that whole safeguarding agenda, anti-radicalisation, the prevent work, domestic abuse as part of that broader safeguarding offer, and making the regional boards work for us here in Monmouthshire, which are now on a statutory basis, is really important. And what's critical in these areas of leading edge practice, the leadership challenge for us all, is to take what works in terms of making that difference and make sure that's routine across. So that understanding in a forensic and balanced way exactly what our services look like and having the information to drive what we do. Getting practice right, understanding what good practice looks like, making sure it's strength-based, outcome-focused, understanding what matters to people, and aligning all of our systems to reinforcing that at every juncture. Individual supervisions with social workers, our quality assurance processes, learning and review, team meetings, service-wide meetings, all needs to be focused on that practice improvement. Commissioning, shaping the service offer to deliver the range of outcomes which are as individual as the people who access them. And I think, again, we really are at the edge of developing new methods of commissioning here in Monmouthshire. The good old stuff is still there, understanding at a macro level the need, the market, the service models and evidence base, and that all needs to remain to a point. But the conversations and co-production with people who actually need to experience our services and relationships with providers, which will be long-term, is now developing really strongly in the My Day, My Life and the Turning the World Upside Down work with the external providers is really part of that. And it's not fluffy stuff, this. It's hard-nosed business. And in the coming year, we'll need to bring forward some very difficult choices to Council and Cabinet about where to invest our limited resources. For example, in family support services, where we have gaps, but we may have spread our resources too thinly and tried to do too much and not enough of a targeted way. Finally, and I would say most importantly, we need to continue to develop and empower our workforce. As someone once said, it's all about the people, stupid, and creating the culture, stability, confidence, empowering our workforce, and doing this through the values we demonstrate, the environment we create, the tools we give them to do the jobs, and the systems within which they operate. It's becoming harder and harder because the jobs which we're asking people to do and the standards we're expecting them to perform to are becoming higher. We're developing competency frameworks for all our occupational groups in areas where they didn't exist before. And as I said at the start, as statutory director, I've got responsibility not just for that internal workforce, but for the workforce out there within commissioned providers. And I see this as the most important contribution that I can make. Our analysis has shown that embedding that way of working within children's services is something perhaps we hadn't got quite to the point that we wanted to in recent years. We'd seen real improvements, but they hadn't been sustained. And when we've looked at and looked in depth at some of those issues, it's because we weren't consistently and persistently getting the basics right. We didn't have an articulated model of practice and what social work practice was there to do and was understood and reinforced through all those different systems issues. Our workforce was fragile, particularly last summer, and we were operating with high numbers of agency workers. There hadn't been any commissioning capacity for some time, so all that progress which had been made in adult commissioning hadn't been made on the children's services side. And there were gaps in critical service areas such as the edge of care and the edge of statutory intervention. So we've really looked in depth and highlighted areas where we need to improve. Every time we've come to the council and asked for additional resources for children's services, we've been supported, and we've been supported through business cases as well, which have tried to change what that service offer looks like. But what we hadn't done and what we felt was a duty to do to the council and came to Cabinet yesterday was to develop a coherent and holistic plan which addresses all the interdependencies across children's services that need to be progressed in tandem and together, sustained over a long period of time. There are still pressures in our children's services on a daily basis, but I'm confident to advise you today that we're starting to get those building blocks in place. We're stabilising our frontline workforce. Our numbers of agency workers are reducing. We're articulating our commissioning priorities. Our practice model is developing. There's much left to do, and that's why my advice has been that the programme for improvement needs to be sustained for at least a 2-year period to make sure that we don't improve short term but have the risks still inherent within what we're doing and fall back. As a recent review of our children's services by our CSSIW colleagues found, our greatest strength is that we understand our weaknesses. A double-edged compliment if ever I've heard one, but that's far better than not understanding where you are and knowing what you need to do about. So there's much to do and much to be proud of, and I will conclude today where I started with you last year with that vision that I presented to you as part of my presentation to secure this role with you. At the centre of that presentation, there was a diagram which with the person at the centre, and it illustrated all the different resources which that person has within their lives, the communities within which they live. Our challenge is to continue to work with people and with families, and this is a vision for children and families as much as it is for adults, to help them to meet their needs within their own family resources, communities, strong and resilient families, strong and resilient communities, so that we don't isolate people in service world, create more demand, that anatomy of resilience as academics call it. What we're trying to work towards is what I would call in the Welsh vernacular belonging, and that people belong within their homes, their families, their communities. Our challenge is to get the basics right so we can be at the heart of the growing element of future Monmouthshire. And that is the vision for social care and health, which I commend to you as a council. Thank you.
Yes, thanks Claire for a very comprehensive report. Before I call Councillor Prosser, the Chief Exec would like to say something.
Yeah, just very briefly, if I may. Members, I'd remind you that this is one of the very rare reports that comes to Council that somebody like me has no role in. Somebody like Councillor Burrows has no role in. This is Claire's report to you as Council, as a statutory officer, and the law defines it and describes it so that you get a very straight professional view. So again, it's one of those opportunities for you as members to put your questions directly to a chief officer in Council rather than necessarily through a cabinet member. For what it's worth, if you're interested, I genuinely believe that you are observing the emergence of an outstanding chief officer.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Councillor Prosser.
Well, thank you, Chair. I think the Chief Executive has just taken the wind out of my sails, because I was going to say thank you, Claire, for a very professional report, a lucid report, which is clear. You've identified the wins, the good things we've done. You've also identified all the areas for improvement, and it's quite comprehensive and easy to read, in my opinion. So I got no particular questions about detail in there, other than you did mention about resources. And we all know in this financial climate, it's going to get harder and harder. And so you've got a wish list there, let me put it like that. It's a wish list that we all want to happen, but that wish list will be attenuated by the amount of finance and resources we have available. I know that's your job to get that balance right, so that we still keep moving forward in the limitations we've got. So I would just like to ask you, your comments really are, how comfortable do you feel that, yes, I can manage that, we'll have to tweak it as we go along, or do you feel dismayed because you haven't got a hope to do it, or are you really on top? So really, congratulations, well done, and it's just a little question about resources.
Do you want to respond to that, please?
Just a little question about resources. My honest professional view is that social services in Wales has improved no end since resources have started to become more limited, because they have moved us from those service-led solutions for creating more and more capacity. You know, if you look at our demographics, we would be building more care homes, we would be building more hospital beds. If I put on a health hat there, we would be building more provision within community services. But in a sense, adversity has taken us to a different place in terms of really looking at what we'd been doing to people for all those years through an offer of service which had created dependency. When we started that community coordination work here in Monmouthshire, we did a piece of work about whether we could pull people who were already in services out, people who were what we call open to review. And we couldn't do it because they were so dependent on the service that they were receiving, not because they had physical needs that would have necessitated that service, but because psychologically they were in a place where they were recipients of service. By getting that conversation different and right, that what matters conversation, some people might still need care and support, but it's part of their life, not their whole lives. Now, the challenge that we've got is how much further can we continue to go with that, particularly on our adult side, where the demographics are as challenging as we all know that they are. And I think that the point I made early on in the presentation there about management information, what we're trying to do is get very, very sophisticated at a team level to say how far away from being optimal in terms of both our social work practice, our service offer, and our well-being support in communities are we? And in some areas, we're far better developed than others. So community coordination, place-based approaches, as we're now calling it, worked far better in Abergavenny than it did in the other areas where it was trialled. And it's how we take the elements of that success and move it across. Which then brings me on to the matter of resourcing in children's services. What I can say honestly to you is that what we're trying to do is to put children's services in a sustainable financial position, so we're not coming back to you as a council year on year on year and asking you for more money to accommodate more children. And that isn't going to happen overnight. We've got resources tied up in certain parts of the system, and we need to shift that resource into other parts of the system. But in a sense, there's a lot more opportunity in children's services because we're further from where we need to be. in terms of that outcome-focused well-being approach, we've got further to go over a period of time. And there are parts of Wales, and we've been looking at particularly Flintshire, where they've done pieces of work to evaluate over a 5-year period the sort of work that we've done in adults, they've done in children's services, where they've both improved outcomes, performance, and done it more cost effectively and delivered savings to the council. So yes, I'm dismayed on a daily basis, but optimistic as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Petroni, followed by Councillor Farley.
Thank you, Chairman. Just for the record, the Labour Group, and I've said this cabinet member directly, will always support extra funds to support looked after children, and I've said that consistently. In a slight contrast to maybe some of the backslapping, my role as an opposition leader is to scrutinise you, so forgive me for my line of argument. Figure 3 on page 12 of the report says indicators have declined, 70% of indicators have declined, but you've put it under what we do well. I'm wondering why, when it shows as 70% declining, just for your kind of query. On page 14 of the report, on the infographics, which are, you know, I love and I get the point, but some of them are kind of almost meaningless, if I may, like 42 delayed transfers of care from hospital. That doesn't tell me whether that's good or bad. I have no idea. That just says 42 to me. And the 223 older people in residential care, lowest in Wales, is that, have we caused that, or is that historically that we've always been lowest or one of the lowest? It's not very clear to me if we've caused that in our direct work. On page 16, and I mentioned this in Cabinet to you, about the workforce and the training, we had a union representative speak to the Labour group and gave us quite harrowing details about the inappropriate nature of the training, and that staff felt, want for a better word, bullied, intimidated to do certain training they weren't very comfortable with. We've asked for further details about this, and we're going to be given it, hopefully, and so I can give you more clarified details. I did get an email, so that I do appreciate that. So I kind of... The general point was the workforce, given the scale of change, which we support, and enabling people, the scale of change, that workforce weren't supported in that scale of change. And they strongly felt that. That's what was reported to us. And on page 18, where you've highlighted, and I welcome that, areas for improvement, please, next time you do this report next year, whether I'm here or not, to be honest, will you be consistent and tell us how you've performed on each of those bullet points you've actually identified? Because a big problem for me is reports say our weaknesses. The next report, the year after, there's no kind of consistent kind of pattern about how have you done on them. And I implore you, if you could follow those up.
Yeah, if you want to respond.
Thank you. In terms of performance, it is correct to say that our performance has deteriorated, as you say, in nearly 70% of indicators. Some of that performance deterioration has been quite marginal. Some of it, I think, reflects my assessment to you around the children's services, and that improvements had been made in the past in children's services, and particularly 2014-15 was a high point in terms of improvement. But because some of the underlying issues around practice, around workforce, around leadership, and practice models within the service weren't embedded at that point when those improvements were made, they couldn't be sustained. So when the service hit that next fragile period, which it did particularly acutely in the summer of last year, when there were large numbers of people who unavoidably were off work sick and there were pressures in terms of new cases coming through, that performance just couldn't be sustained. And if you lose performance in the first couple of quarters of the year, it's very, very hard to get it back. So everything we did after that to try and get those figures back to where they needed to be, because we'd lost it at that start of the year, we weren't able to sustain that improved performance. I think as I said, those performance indicators are only ever part of the picture, and whilst that positive performance last year didn't tell you everything, the fact that the performance isn't as good this year against those indicators doesn't tell you anything either. And triangulating that with things like the quality assurance processes, which look in detail at case files and outcomes for people, what people are telling us, the stage 2 reports that come through in terms of complaints, what our workforce tells us, is really important, and all of that, as well as those PIs, informs the analysis. Except the point entirely around PIs and you know, are they good, bad or indifferent? We work with the suite of Welsh Government, and sometimes what is seen to be good and we're rated in lowest quartile. I'll pick on the one supported at home, for example. We've got lots of strategies around people being enabled to live at home with less support, but Welsh Government rank you low if you support less people at home and higher if you've got more people with support at home. The one around care homes is a good indicator. Supporting less people in care homes is a good thing, generally recognised as a good thing. Delayed transfers of care, the figure that we had wouldn't be a positive figure because it showed quite a deterioration on its own from the previous year, but I've got quite an explanation within the report around that. The workforce point, I think, is critically important. The pace of change across adult services and now into children's services is quite, a pacey increase, and what we need to make sure is that we're giving the right support, the training, the development, the communications, the empowerment and the systems to the workforce to go on this journey with us. But we're also, as I said, expecting really high standards from them. Following you raising that issue at Cabinet, I looked in quite a bit of detail at what had gone on in that particular training session, and I was very confident with what I was told and the answer I was given, and I saw Colin's full response to you, which I thought was pretty comprehensive in that regard. But is the reality, the higher that you set your standards, the higher you set your bar, there will be some people who can't adapt and work within that way, but we're giving people every opportunity to do that, but it's the right thing to do to keep pushing to these new models of provision. And on the final point, absolutely, what we've set out there in those priorities for improvement at the end aren't priorities that we can deliver 100% next year. They'll be iterated and evolved, but we will absolutely be reporting against them in next year's report.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Farley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Claire, for the report. And it has been through scrutiny as best we could do it. And as always, I appreciate the fact that there is a dialogue around that rather than a straight presentation and comeback, as it were. The theme that I want to raise, I think you've already hinted at it. It's something around variation and variability. And I've talked about this elsewhere. It's whether or not people, say, in Chepstow or in Abergavenny are getting an essentially similar deal. And if they are not, how far are we away from achieving that, assuming, of course, that that is a good goal in the first place? We welcome your comments on that.
I think it's a very interesting point, and this is why we're trying to get that intelligence at team level very acute. And when we look at things like community coordination and the shift that we want to make to well-being, the assets within different communities which we're building on will differ. So it won't be an identical offer, but the principles that underpin need to be the same. And I think the community coordination evaluation was very interesting because it showed that the approach adopted had worked better in different areas. It had worked better in the Abergavenny area than it had in Caldicot. And that gives us something to build upon. That information, that management information about really understanding those places that we're working in and where things are working well and better than others, and how we take that learning is really important, because it's easy to do the sort of blanket reports, isn't it? And within that variation is hidden, or can be hidden, unless we draw it to your attention. But the move to place-based, I think, will expose a lot of those things a lot more.
Councillor Dow.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Can I join others in thanking you for a very clear report, although I'm not sure what granularity of the analysis actually means, but I'm sure I will one day. You've talked about commissioning services, and we do rely a lot on the independent sector for that. Care services in particular tends to be a very low margin business. And those providers will have been hit by things like national living wage, auto-enrolment, decisions of the judiciary around travel to work time and so on. I dare say that providers are coming to you and saying, well, our costs have gone up, we need to increase our pricing structure. Bearing in mind the limited resources that you have, how are you able to respond to that? And is there a danger that some of the providers might actually disappear?
Thank you for that, Councillor Down.
I think that's a very good question. I think we have responded to the National Living Wage as a council. There were mandates put forward last year to support social services in meeting the requirements of National Living Wage with provider organisation, and that's been reflected in the fair price of care which we pay into both care homes and domiciliary providers. The larger issue about how we work with the provider market to ensure that it's on a sustainable basis going forward, I think is a bigger issue, and it's the one that I referred to when I talked about the Turning the World Upside Down work that we're doing with domiciliary care providers, because I think the race to the bottom, if I describe it like that, and some of the commissioning techniques, be they very procurement focused or using sort of like online bidding systems, which some authorities are using, is something which we've consciously considered and decided not to go down that road, because community care at home is the absolute cornerstone of people being able to remain independent and working with the sector to address their workforce issues, to understand their business models, so that we can have long-term relationships with them here in Monmouthshire, is actually what I highlighted as the biggest risk for adult social care and our biggest challenge. And if we get it right, everybody from across the UK will be coming to look at how we did that in the same way that they're doing with the Raglan project rollout within the in-house service. It's hugely challenging, but at the moment we're starting to make good progress and moving to that stage where we'll be experimenting in new ways of working. A bit like that adage, you do the right thing and it's more cost effective, by the sorts of things we're looking at, which is to give providers capped hours which they can recycle themselves, so they've got that incentive to re-able people and to reduce hours within packages, I think will ultimately not save us money, but mean we can manage within the means that we've got around that part of our business.
Thank you. I got Councillor Roger Harris, Councillor Eason, Councillor Peter Fox and Councillor Jessica Crook. Councillor Francis Taylor, and then we're going to go to the recommendations after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Claire, I'm going back on figure 3, which is on page 98 of the electronic version, and you've written 2014-15 was a year of considerable improvement against key performance measures. As figure 3 below shows, this was sustained and improved on in some areas, but in other areas performance levels were not sustained. And then you've got the little donut there, which shows 69% declining. What was 13-14? Was it 99% declining? Or we haven't got a comparison. We must have that, and we must have more explanation. Somebody looking at that in context would think, I don't understand that. You're praising yourself. They're improving, but there's 69% declining. We need more padding out and comparisons on that particular point to make it comprehensible.
Very fair point. I think the report which went to Cabinet yesterday, which was the year-end performance report, gave that analysis over the 3-year period, which shows overall we're in a far better place than we were 3 years ago, that we have made improvements over that period. What we haven't done is to sustain in that 69% of indicators the improvements that were made last year, and I think I covered that off in the answer to Councillor Petruni.
So there's another report that came out yesterday that...
There was a report to Cabinet yesterday which will go through select committees. It's been through select committees.
If you're going to speak, you can speak and stand up and speak in the microphone, please. If we are on YouTube and no one will hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point in terms of me to reflect in future reports that I need to perhaps show that trajectory over a longer period of time. All I'm referring to is that there's other reports in the system that have been to Select and Cabinet which have got that information over a longer period, which you can refer back to.
Before I call Councillor Eason, the Chief Executive wants to say something.
I was just going to say, if helpful, and I think it talks directly to your point, Councillor Harris, just a paragraph below, you have a table with 3 years' information.
Councillor Harris, will you use the microphone, please, and stand up?
Yeah, it would be useful if it's in the same sort of format and some explanation.
Thank you for that. Councillor Eason.
Well, thank you, Chair. One of my roles, as well as being in a room which can barely accommodate 60 people comfortably, is to help with scrutiny. I'm not on that scrutiny committee, but I take you to page 112 of the electronic version, or 30 of your report. There you've got, for the Children's Services, 16 criteria, 12 of which you failed to meet the target. I won't go into all of them, because there must be a reason behind, and perhaps you can explain that. But one I will hone in on is what is called SEC 011 on page 30 or 112, which talks about the percentage of initial assessments where the child has been seen alone by the social worker. That percentage has gone up over the last 4 years from 22% to 52%. Yet, in parallel, the Wales average is 40% and the target for next year is 60%. Is it preferable when the initial visit by a social worker is to be on their own or to be accompanied, or has there been a policy change which indicates the reason why there's a greater percentage seen alone? And in terms of the Welsh average, which is 44%, that doesn't tell me a lot really for the previous 4 years for the Wales average, but you do say that you do see the direction of travel is downwards. There is a traffic light system which only stops partway down your 16 criteria, but that table suggests to me that there's a lot more work to be done within Children's Services to get a lot of them from what may be red up into the yellows and greens.
That indicator, children seen alone, is one where we reached a particular high point compared to the rest of Wales in 14-15, and it was one where we didn't sustain that performance last year. I think it's one of those where it's very difficult to articulate what does good really look like in terms of this indicator. For a number of children, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to be seen alone. They're too young to be seen alone. They want to be seen with either a teacher or a sibling. They may even be unborn, and we've had a number of unborn, and yet they're still counted against the indicator. It is one where we've audited, and we do audit all of these indicators to say, well, when they were seen alone, is there a reason recorded, and is it an appropriate reason which we think is justified? And we're confident with the outcome from that audit. Having said that, the broader point about children's services and practice, and the fact that for quite a number of months this year we had that high level of agency workforce who would have been seeing children alone. We know that it's not the best model of practice to be running frontline children's services with agency workers. It's far better to have permanently recruited workers, and that can impact on the quality. So that's quite an honest answer. In terms of that particular indicator, I'm not concerned with what that percentage is showing us, albeit it appears a deterioration from last year, but there are wider issues within children's services which are highlighted within the report.
Could I come back on that briefly? I take it that Councillor Burrows will be looking at the resources situation, which will reduce the need for children to be left alone on visits.
I mean, what we have as part of the Children's Services Improvement Plan is a workforce plan. We're confident with our caseload levels. That's something that we scrutinise frequently, and it was one of the first things I looked at when I came here, and I was confident that we weren't running with high caseloads, which is one of the indicators that Children's Services Department is in difficulty. So I don't think it's a resourcing issue in that sense. I think it's more a practice issue, and making sure that those workers have the confident conversations with children, and that they're given that opportunity to be seen alone.
Thank you.
Councillor Fox.
Thank you, Chairman. Claire, thank you very much. I think you've certainly satisfied this part of your statutory role of keeping us informed. I do thank you on behalf of all members for that forensic insight you've given us of the service, and enhanced by the way you've answered the questions today, which really gives me confidence as leader that whilst that we do know where we are, We do recognise where our strengths are, but they still need to be strengthened. We know where our weaknesses are, and we're doing something about it. And that gives me a huge amount of confidence. So thank you very much for that. And Dimitri, please don't apologise for carrying out your scrutiny role. You're carrying out a proper function. I just hope that there are people up in Westminster who could look in and watch how you do this and realise how it is important to have an official opposition to make the country run well. Thank you.
Councillor Crook.
I was actually just going to pick up on what Peter was saying about this being, you know, your statutory report. You said earlier when Dimitri asked you the questions, you indicated that 70%, well, around 71% of the indicators had gone down, and you attributed that to practice models, staffing, different pressures. What I was going to ask you was, what do you think? Obviously, you don't want to reside over something that is declining, where performance is declining. Obviously, we'd like to see that reversed, as would you, as would everybody. What do you think that you need to be able to ensure that that decline is reversed and that we start, you know, growing our performance in the social services sector again? What I'm really asking, I guess, is that, you know, this is your opportunity to say to us, you know, out loud, without anybody influencing you, if, I mean, all of the things that you said, practice models, staffing, pressures, that all indicate. What I'm asking you is, are we constricting you too much? Like, this is your opportunity to say.
I think I've been quite open since I've got here about what needs to be put in place in order to put practice and outcomes of people within our children's services on the grounds that they need to be. That's a workforce which is permanent, which is confident in its practice, which has the right training and development and the right leadership and management to do that. It's having the right range of services. I've highlighted there may be some difficult decisions that need to be brought forward about where we're making current investment and need to move some of that investment so we've got the right targeted family support particularly that will enable social workers to have the right interventions available to them. And when I talk about the right model of practice, what I mean is that people are confident in working with children, young people and families around their strengths, around they've got that right assessment skill and they understand the signs of safety and when they need to act and when they don't need to act, and that needs to absolutely be embedded within the way they practice. What do I need in order to have confidence around that? Some of what we need is time. It's recognising that the service wasn't in the place that it needed to be. What we've pulled together through Jane's leadership, through the leadership within the service, but also through a lot of resource which my chief officer colleagues have afforded to me and has been supported by Cabinet and the Council, is that corporate support through the right capacity in terms of workforce, in terms of programme management, in terms of commissioning, in order to make these changes sustainably. One of the things I highlight within my report is the need to move from talking about adults and children to talking about social care and health and talking about social services. And part of what's within my gift is to make sure that my adult colleagues who've really been on this journey for a number of years are leaning far more into the children's services, and we're benefiting from the experience of what's worked there within the children's services. So we've got that programme which is set out for how we'll move from where we are to where we need to be, and we need the time, the scrutiny, the challenge, and I think we've secured the resource to date to make that happen.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. Can I just? So, in short, do you think that you are enabled by council? Do you think that you have all of those things that you've stated what you need? But do you think that you have had it? And are you confident in your ability to? Are you confident in your ability to manage to get those things with the support you're getting from council currently?
In a nutshell, yes.
Councillor Francis Taylor. And then we then go to the recommendations.
Sorry? Yeah. Oh. Thank you, Chair. In terms of the narrative of the report, Claire, and thank you for it. It is in terms of some of the reports we get, it does contain a heck of a lot of information, but it is reasonably easy to read in places. But I was just slightly, I felt that some of the narrative of the report didn't really match, you know, because you say you've given a balanced analysis. So, for example, when you talk about, you know, we've talked about the level of indicators that have declined, and you've given us some rationale and reasons for that. But then you know, in your forward, you say outcomes have improved for people. So that would suggest to me that even though some of these targets have declined, the outcomes have improved regardless. And I'd be interested on your comment on that, because that would suggest that either we're measuring the wrong targets, or, you know, there's something else at play. Because if the outcomes for people have improved, which is clearly what we're all interested in, that does seem to be a slight disconnect for me. That's the first question. The second question is, you talk about, for example, in your report, the average point score achieved by our looked after children, which obviously is what was declined in particular this year. Now that may be because there are some, you know, particular explanatory issues with that cohort of young people. But for example, what would be helpful is for us to understand where that sits in relation to the average. And I think it actually, this year, it's about 100 CAP points below the average, isn't it? But I think it's important for us to understand that if it's to be in any context, because otherwise, what does that mean? And how are we, you know, challenging that? That's the second question, really. Can we have that in the report?
Could you speak directly into that? Because it's wavering.
Okay, and can we have some narrative around that so we can understand, because clearly this is a cohort of young people which are the most vulnerable people probably that we have in our system. The third point is, when we're talking about education issues, and I note that we haven't performed particularly well around getting education plans in place for our young people when they either come into the system or when they go to a new school, which is of particular concern to me, I think, in terms of our other focus on education, you know, and that particular group of vulnerable learners. And then my final point is, which is, I think, the thing that gives me the most concern, Claire, is you say that what really sort of stacks up for you was that there isn't the culture, capacity to or there are some holes, I'm not sure how you described it, but there is some holes in the culture, capacity to change, and clarity of service model. And for me, you know, in terms of your priorities and the things you describe, if it's an issue of, you know, finance actually is very much secondary to some of those issues, and I wonder how big a job that actually is. And I know you've talked about some of it, but if the culture of the organisation is a barrier and the capacity to change is not there, then that really does cause me a certain degree of concern. And in particular, I liken that to the debate that we've had, and we've talked about it at council, and I've talked about it with the cabinet member, about trying to enable looked after children to receive work experience placements. And I think to date, unless there is some further information, we've achieved one in-house in this council of 4,000 employees, you know, so we're not, there have been some others outside of the organisation, but I worry that is a you know, there is some cultural blockage there. Thank you.
Right, to take them in turn, in terms of the outcomes for people within the forward, it was particularly in the paragraph around the strengths within adult services, and I think there are other paragraphs within that forward which reflect where we are in terms of children's services, quite honestly, in terms of the advice to council and the fragility and the issues that there have been within the children's service. In terms of the cohort of young people, absolutely take on board the point that showing how they compare with the universal cohort would be helpful. So it's again that whole thing, the figures don't mean anything unless you know what good is, isn't it? And personal education plans, again, I think that's one of the areas where it demonstrates that the reasons underlying that are sometimes within children's services around notifications, what are called LAC 10 forms coming through into education. And we had a consideration at my DMT with Richard Austin from Education last week about how we address the range of issues. So an action plan coming forward out of that, and that will be something which will be subject to scrutiny. That biggest issue about the culture capacity to change is something which is really, really critical and at the heart of why we've put this improvement programme approach in place. Unless we sort of model and mirror those behaviours and move from being very reactive, crisis driven into something which is far more proactive, outcome, solution focused, confident, then we're not going to improve those actions. And the way that we do that is bit by bit, conversation by conversation, change system by system, process by process. So everything that we're doing needs to reinforce. So what I talked about when we're talking when we're looking at how we have our supervision systems, how we undertake learning and review, our quality assurance to drive performance, our whole service communication events, the way that our team manager meetings work, and critically making sure that we've got people with that right capacity to lead at each level of the service. So one of the things which we've done, which I brought forward again to Cabinet yesterday, is to look at leadership structures across social care and health to make sure, firstly, that it's one leadership structure across, not separate adults and children, but also with an aim of making sure that we're bringing in fresh leaders as well where we need to into the authority who've really got that experience of a different type of offer around children's services, which is more preventative, intervening earlier, and where confident practice is really the norm.
Thank you for that, Claire. Very comprehensive from start to end, for sure. Members, the recommendations are Council consider and endorse the analysis of the 2015-16 annual report of the Statutory Director of Social Services concerning the performance, impact of adult and children's social care and health services over the last financial year. And two, Council also consider and endorse the 2016-17 areas for improvement set out in the report to address the critical risk and developmental issues in social care and health. Will you please show by the usual means voting? Thank you, that's carried. The next item on the agenda is Oak Grove Solar Farm will go to the back of the agenda because it's extremely confidential nature of the business. The next one then is Sustainable Development Policy. Hazel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Wellbeing and the Future Generations Act came into being in April 2016, and as a public body, we need to demonstrate how we are contributing to the 7 wellbeing goals and demonstrating the 5 sustainable development principles. Those goals are that Wales is prosperous, resilient, healthier, more equal, a nation of cohesive communities, of vibrant culture and thriving Welsh language, and global responsibility. The 5 sustainable development principles are that we are long-term, prevention, integration, collaboration and involvement. Now, Monmouthshire was one of the early adopters of the legislation, and as part of our work as an early adopter, the Wales Audit Office looked at our preparedness for the new legislation. Part of their feedback emphasised the importance of clear and consistent communication and the understanding of what sustainable development is. In order to have a clear shared understanding of sustainable development, our policy has been revised to clearly reflect the wellbeing goals and our principles. This will form part of our strategic policy framework, and it will help make it clear to officers, members, partners, residents, contractors what our understanding and expectations are around sustainable development, and to ensure a common emphasis and focus across the Council's policy framework. Obviously, I'd like to introduce Hazel Clatworthy, our Sustainable Policy Officer, who can speak to the report and take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hobson. Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Hobson. Not really much to add. You know, we had a very out-of-date sustainable development policy, and we thought it's important to bring it in line with the national legislation that we now come under. And as Councillor Hobson said, the Wales Audit Office felt that the previous policy we had was out of date, and there was a kind of difference in understanding of when you talked about sustainable development, depending on who you talked to in the organisation. In different departments, it meant different things. So we thought it was important to bring our policy in line with what the national legislation sets out, and set out clearly what our policy is, outlining the goals and the 5 different ways of working, so that everyone understands that, and we can reflect that then in other policies and strategies and things. We can refer back to the Sustainable Development Policy, and we know that it's going to meet all the legislative requirements, as well as helping everyone understand better what it is that we're working towards.
Thank you for that. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Hazel. I just have a question for you in terms of, you know, the assessments that are now carried out by officers on kind of decision-making proposals, or would it be possible, I mean, I know that there have been workshops, but would it be possible to send one of those out with the guidance that you give to officers in terms of how they should go around completing that, as you say, to reflect equalities issues, sustainable development, well-being for future generations? That would be helpful. Might be helpful to just, you know, refresh. Thank you.
Yeah, we can certainly do that, and it is kind of ongoing process of reiterating the same messages to officers, to members, to everyone really, so that everyone understands that. The future generations evaluation that you referred to, that we use for all reports now, uses those same headings, those same wellbeing goals and 5 ways of working. So it's completely at one with the Sustainable Development Policy, but it's something else that we can signpost to officers too. You know, because it's important to recognise that lots of our business is carried on without necessarily reports having to come to council or to scrutiny or whatever. So it's important to have that kind of policy in place that everyone can refer to as part of their day-to-day work. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Prosser.
Thank you, Chair. As previously mentioned, I'm active on a European project called Agri-Urban, and that is governed by certain themes. And one of those themes, determined by EURBACT and the European Union, is sustainability in the environment, the agricultural environment. So I'm very pleased to know that the Office are on board with all our legislation, the sustainability impacts of the Wellbeing Act, etc., and that we're actually advancing as a local authority, taking in all these principles. And so it gives me some assurance that we're actually on board, and we've now amended all our procedures to accommodate that. Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Hazel, you recall my comments at Cabinet some time ago where I think you know that I agree that the principle of sustainable development, but not necessarily the Welsh Government's lightweight version of it. I look at the format for the pro forma that will go in the report. It's similar in a way to the quality impact assessment. And then I consider maybe an example of a project, not a Monmouthshire one, that is far from sustainable, such as the M4, and how you could populate all of those boxes there and make it look like the most sustainable development that there ever was. So how can you convince a skeptic like me then that the changes we'll make actually are sustainable development, and that we're following the principles and not filling in the report to suit the route we want to go, or the most convenient way?
Well, I think I'd probably throw that back to councillors and your role as scrutiny members and ultimately decision makers. I would say that it's the role of councillors to challenge officers. If you think that people are writing reports and filling in that evaluation and skewing things just to put across their perspective, then I think we would welcome members to challenge that, to ensure that the decisions that are made are genuinely rigorous. You know, I appreciate that there is some subjectivity sometimes, and you can kind of make things say what you want to say, but I think it's the role of all of us to be alert to that and be vigilant to that, and challenge things and question things if we think that we're just sort of saying the right things to fill in the boxes. And certainly when I've done training for officers, I've really tried to emphasize, don't just put something in the box for the sake of putting something in. It's okay to say something perhaps isn't sustainable, but what we're doing to try and, you know, make it more sustainable is such and such. Or ultimately, it might be the case that some of the decisions that we have to make for budget reasons or whatever, may not be, you know, the most 100% sustainable option we could come up with. But at least we've taken an informed decision in, you know, taking in regard all the full facts of the issue and weighed up the decisions and come to what we think is the best decision.
Councillor Farley.
Thank you, Chair. Hazel, I have to say, I by and large, I like this. It's clear and encouraging, and as an uplifting quality, a bit like the Constitution of the United States, or the Declaration of Independence. But my question is the what if not question. And I'm going to ask you the question, but I don't necessarily expect you to be the sole answerer. If we look at the bottom there of page 148, we believe that sustainable development in future generations are crucial aspects to everything we do. Absolutely. And when working with partners, contractors and other organisations, we would expect them to share these values. My what if not question is, what do we do if we discover that they don't?
Well, we're looking at, you know, the Sustainable Development Policy is just one of our policies. And as you know, we have many other strategies and policies. So we've been looking to working with other colleagues in other parts of the council to try and build these wellbeing goals and ways of working into other parts of our policies. So, for example, we've been working with procurement and looking at the procurement policy that has been redrafted and the buyer's guide and things around that to ensure it's built into that. So it's clearly set out to contractors, for example, people who are bidding for work, what our expectations are of them. You know, that's just one example, but by trying to kind of embed it in all different aspects, then you know, hopefully we've got most bases covered.
You want to come back, Councillor?
Yes, please. So can I take that to mean then that if we, for any reason, believe that those bases won't be covered, they either don't get the work, they're asked to change their ways, or whatever. The worst situation would be, I think, if we were to say, well, we've got all these principles, but you know, we'll work with you anyway. We don't really mean that, do we?
No, we don't. And again, you know, another aspect of this is our work through the Public Service Board. So these goals are not shared just by the County Council. These are shared by public bodies across Wales, including the Health Board, Fire and Rescue, Natural Resources Wales, and so on, our larger town and community councils as well. So there's a whole raft of partner organisations and other public bodies who all have shared values, and Welsh Government themselves, of course. So hopefully if the messages from all those organisations and from ourselves are consistent, then the message will get out there. And I know that Sophie Howe, who is the new Future Generations Commissioner, she's very keen to work closely with businesses and with the third sector who don't in themselves come under the Act, but she's doing a lot to raise awareness in those sectors to help them understand that these are what public bodies are working towards now, and there's going to be an expectation that other partners, businesses, third sector are going to have to fall in with that as well.
Thank you, Hazel. No one else wants to speak. We go straight to the recommendations. 1, the Council adopt a new Sustainable Development Policy, and 2, that the Sustainable Development Policy be adopted as part of the Council's policy framework in its constitution. All in favour, please show. Thank you very much. That's carried. The next item is the report of the Head of Community Delivery and the Head of Tourism, Leisure and Culture.
Chairman,
Councillor. Yes,
sorry,
Councillor Strong.
I've been speaking to the monitoring officer, and he's suggested that I would have a personal and prejudicial interest in this matter. So I'll leave the chamber.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jones.
Same remarks apply, Chairman.
Thank you.
And for me, Chairman.
And Councillor Clark as well. Thank you very much. Councillor Greenman, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. The report in front of us is looking to take the Velathon forward into the next 3 years. Members will be aware that the Velathon contract was a contract for 5 years. The first year, 2015, well, the less said about that, the better. The running of that was pretty appalling, and had it not made a vast improvement from that, this council wouldn't have considered supporting it during this current year. The organisers recognised how bad it was, and they appointed Run for Wales to take on the management of the Velothon for this year. Run for Wales, immediately they were appointed, came and they spoke to us, they spoke to members, and they consulted widely about the problems that we'd had the previous years and how those problems could be overcome. One of the worst problems we'd had in the first year was communication with us as members, and communication more particularly with the members of the public who might be affected by the route. And so I think this year we have seen a huge improvement in the way that Run for Wales have gone about the communication issues that had been pointed out to them. One of the other concerns that we expressed to them was that the route that they had chosen, which had gone along, coming up into us, past the Usk Garden Centre, and then onwards from then through Little Mill, was not a route that we would like to see taken on in the future. So they changed it. And instead they brought it up into the town square in Usk via another minor road, and found a much better route for the event. So they have been, they've listened. They've listened to what we have had to say, and it is quite clear from this report that they are now listening to us in terms of what we felt were the lessons to be learned from the 2016 Velothon. And you will see, in fact, in the report, in 3.5, you will see the main concerns. And then if you go further on to paragraph 4.2, you will see what they intend to do about that. They are responsive to the issues that we bring forward, and they are looking to work with us. And I'm not going to go through all of the issues, but you can see that those that came from an internal debriefing, which was a very thorough debriefing, have been taken forward, and that the Run for Wales have made arrangements that will improve the event yet next year. I think it's fair to say that there have been few complaints during the course of the event, or indeed after, directly to the council. Very few indeed. During the course of the run-up to the event, I emailed members and I asked them to let me know of any issues from constituents that they were concerned about, and I would take them up. I had very few of those, but those that I did have, I passed on to Deb Hill-Howells, and she in turn passed them on to Run Wales, and they were all dealt with very efficiently and quickly. And that is one of the reasons why we have not had the numbers of complaints that, anywhere near the number of complaints that we had next year. Was it perfect? No, it wasn't. And undoubtedly there can be further improvements that we can make if we agree to move forward to support it for the next year, next 3 years. Let's see how the debate goes. I think also the effect, the question's been asked to me, how can you show that the event has been of value to Monmouthshire? Well, actually, that's quite difficult to do in many ways. But I would point to the recently published STEAM figures of tourism in Monmouthshire. And those have bucked the trend and have shown quite a reasonable increase of 5 to 6% over the last year. And I have no doubt that those figures have been due to the events that have been held throughout the county, largely the cycling events that we participate in. Do I have any more concrete information? No, I don't, but an anecdote that that I came across just a couple of weeks ago. In our local church, there was a woman came into the church. I didn't know her, hadn't seen her before, and I welcomed her and asked her if it was her first time here in Monmouthshire. And she said it was. She said that she and her husband were on holiday. So I asked her why she had come to Monmouthshire. And she told me that her husband had been a competitor in the Velathon this year, that both of them had, that she and I think a relation had come down to support him, and they were so impressed with Monmouthshire from that event that they had come back and were staying for a week in a nearby cottage. That's only one example, but I'm sure there are many, many more. So what we are looking to do here, Chairman, is to seek the approval of Council to move forward and to enter into further negotiations with the Velathon company so that, again, we can find improved ways of running the event next year and for the following 2 years. I think probably that's all I want to say at the moment, but I will open it up. And the only other thing I would actually say is that we have already been in consultation with Chambers of Trade since the event. We had a meeting with the 4 Chambers of Trade about 3 weeks ago, and it was discussed there. All of them were in favour of supporting the event. And in particular, I noted the chairman of the Usk Chamber, who is very keen to actually make a fun day in the square in Usk during the running of this event, because he sees it as a business opportunity for the traders in the town. But of course, it's not just the day itself that brings us the business into the town, because as many people will have observed, there are cyclists around that route practicing for weeks on end before. And where do they stay? Again, many of them choose to stay in Monmouthshire. So I think that this is good. It's a good event for us. It highlights the county, and I do hope that members will support it in the coming years.
Thank you, Councillor Greenland. Councillor Kevin Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I'll choose my words very carefully. I think 50% of what Run for Wales said is correct. I want to look at a couple of things that they've put in the report. 4.1, Run for Wales demonstrated their ability to significantly improve on the event management of the Velathon previous year. Or do they think so? They proactively engaged in public meetings. Now, I went to the public meeting in Lanfoist, as did Councillor Hickman up there, and if that's what they call proactively engaging, I think they need to go back to school. Basically, everybody in that meeting that had a complaint or a viewpoint was pushed off by, what's his name, Russell? Yeah, well, whatever his name,
Nigel Russell.
Nigel Russell. It was just pushed away. Everybody left that meeting feeling completely frustrated and fed up, because he didn't listen to a single thing that they said. It was just, we're here to tell you, and that's basically it. Their communication was better, was it? They couldn't even get right a leaflet drop or 2 newsletters. It says here quite clearly, they are aware that some of them didn't actually reach the intended audience. Oh, brilliant. The road closures. Run for Wales are reviewing the highways closure time for Lanfoist and Usk. There are other areas of this Velathon that they need to review the road closure times on, not just Lanfoist and Usk. It goes through my ward, and the people in my ward have said to me, why did we have to be stuck in for that length of time when there was no cyclists on the road at all? Yeah? So there's more than Lanfoist and Usk, thanks. The final thing, the toilet infrastructure. I had a complaint this week from a guy who lives on Blenavon Road. There wasn't a lack of toilet facilities there, because what they did, they just availed themselves of the side of the road. Him and his wife took the opportunity to stand outside and watch these bikes go past, and the little car park that's owned by Welsh Waterways at the canal in Gavilan was their toilet stop. These people had to stand there and endure cyclists urinating in front of them. So I think they want to really take a strong look at it, because next time I will stand in our car park and I will take the number of every cyclist that urinates and I will report them to police, because it's absolutely disgusting. And if that's what Run for Wales think is an improvement on the year before, well, I'm sorry, I have to disagree with them.
Councillor Hickman.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Kevin sort of the ward next to me, and he's put it in the context there. While I recognise we are a cycling county, and many events centred around Abergavenny, Chepstow, etc., bring money into the area, and we've already supported the Abergavenny one earlier on at this meeting. But this one's centred in Cardiff. I can't see what it brings to the area. They all cycle through, use it as a toilet, throw their rubbish. They don't spend any money here. They stay the night before, the night after, spend money in Cardiff. So I know Bob's found someone that came back. Maybe you're going to get a few people like that, but generally it's a good advert for the county, and I agree with the cycling. But my ward, I cannot vote for this. They were cut off for up to 10 hours. The garden centre might as well close for the day. And as Kevin said, the presentation wasn't a presentation, it was like a dictation. Every idea that was put to him is, oh, well, it's going that way. We can't go down that road. We've looked and it won't do it. You know, whatever they put, it was nothing. It was dictated to them. And if Bob wants some complaints, I could give him plenty of complaints from Love Voices. So there's no way that I could vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Farley.
Thank you, Chair. There's two aspects to this that trouble me. The first is the fact that if we do approve this, we're committing the next council to continue it, and I'm always wary of committing a future council or our successors in whatever form that might take. But I'm more troubled by 5.1. This is a budget-free zone, this paper. Any costs incurred in hosting the event will be met from existing. This paper tells me nothing about what we've actually spent on this. Was it £10? Was it 1,000? Was it 10,000? I would have liked a bit more financial information in order to judge this against competing demands on the budget. So I'm unhappy about it at the moment. That doesn't say whether or not I am particularly in favour of velothons. It's what we've got in front of us, and there's no financial information. Some guesses about tourism, fair enough, that's difficult to do. But any costs incurred will be met from existing service budgets. What does that actually mean? Can somebody tell me?
Does someone respond to that particular question at the moment, please, before we go into other members?
In terms of the budget, there is no budget allocated to the Velathon event. So any costs that do need to be incurred by MCC are picked up through the normal budgets, and when they're not allocated under a separate heading, so we don't collect them separately. In terms of the infrastructure costs, etc., they are all picked up by the Velathon organisers. So there is no separate budget for this event in MCC.
Can I come back on that? That's helpful, Deborah. I do appreciate that. But there are other costs. There are opportunity costs. What would our staff not be able to do, for example, because they've been involved in this? That's okay. I take the point about actual allocated budgets, although I still would quite like to know what this has actually cost us.
Do you want to answer that one, please? Or do you think it's answered? Kelly. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. I think just to reiterate what Deb has said, Councillor, the only costs that we have involved in this are indirect staff time, resources, energy. It's part of an ongoing programme of work. There are several events to which we contribute that are not MCC-led events. They're county-wide and community events which add value to our economy. So it's part and parcel of the work that we believe we should be undertaking to add vibrancy to our county.
Councillor Sarah Jones.
Thanks, Chair. My understanding then on this is that it'll be an annual decision, so we've still got the opportunity to review this because there's a post-event review on that annual basis. And on that basis then, if this is taken forward today, I would almost like to suggest another recommendation, and that is to contain or continue with 2.1, but then to add on that this review will include proactive and direct engagement with the town and community councils and with the business community, particularly those businesses that have been adversely affected over the last 2 years. And I don't doubt that that engagement has taken place to some varying degrees. But I think we do need to bolster that. We need to formalise it and strengthen it through a recommendation. And that can then only help us make those decisions more effectively and more better informed on that annual basis.
Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think I'd agree that the communication was improved over the previous year. I looked at the maps and the route information available online, and yeah, it was great and told me what I needed to know.
Sorry, could you start again? I'm sorry, I missed something then.
Wasn't that an amendment by Sarah Jones?
Yeah, can we go back? Councillor, do you mind doing one?
I'll rewind.
Councillor Sarah Jones, did you say you wanted to make an amendment?
Can I amend a report, or is it?
Yeah. No, it's a recommendation.
Yes, then.
Do you want to amend? Do you want to put forward an amendment to the recommendation?
Add a recommendation, not amend it. Just add on to the end of the 2.1.
And what is that? What is that amendment, please?
So the 2.1 stanza is, and then it goes on to say, and this review will include proactive and direct engagement with town and community councils and the business community, particularly those businesses that have been adversely affected over the last 2 years.
Is that seconded?
Yeah.
Councillor Prosser. In relation to the amendment, who wants to speak on the amendment, please? I got speakers for the proposal anyway.
I think you can continue forward.
Oh, okay, fine. It'll be, Councillor Giles Howard.
Am I on now? Yeah. Okay, I agree that the communication over last year was better, and I used the information that was available online about the routes that were closed and the timings. And I think that generally, when we've debated them in this chamber, I've also supported the other cycling events that have taken place within the towns, and I recognise the economic benefits and the sporting benefits that they bring. Also, the great efforts of volunteers, enthusiasts, officers, and the clubs. With those events, it feels that we're part of the whole thing. With the Velathon, it feels like part of Monmouthshire closes for the day, and that we are being used in some cases due to the problems highlighted in the report and by the members as a dustbin and a toilet, a bit of a convenience. The level of disruption and both the duration and nature of it seem to have an inequitable impact on the Monmouthshire area and on specific communities. Contrast this with Newport and Cardiff, where the Velathon is by lunchtime, virtually over bar the shouting. And I recall a conversation last year with a resident of Cardiff North when we were talking about it, and I asked her about the restricted access, and she said, oh, they're let through with nothing coming, and there doesn't seem to be that kind of flexibility here. I didn't vote for the Velathon last year, and I, of course, read the views of residents and businesses following it, and I'm sure that some hotels and restaurants in Cardiff will have done well out of it, as, of course, the event starts from there. On a local scale, I saw a tweet from the bridge at Landfoist to the effect that their Sunday lunch trade had pretty much vanished. So no doubt residents will have either been unable to get through or probably thought it best not to bother trying. I'm also not convinced that there's been sufficient engagement with those who are most effective. The scant reference to consultation with businesses in the report, although I thought we had stated that this would happen. The 3 members who stepped out of the meeting feel very strongly about this issue in particular. Consequently, Chairman, until there is some parity of disruption and sharing of benefits between the participating counties, I don't feel that I can support this year either, and certainly not to make a commitment until 2020.
Thank you. Councillor Leeson.
Right. Thank you, Chair. Well, before I start, I suggest and I support Sarah Jones's addition to the recommendation. In fact, put a comma after the blank space and then continue it. I was one of the few members who attended the Velathon briefing, and like many briefings we have, very few councillors turn up and feel when they come here they want to regurgitate what I think they should have been there for at the beginning, and could have questioned the organisers of this event at the time. Then we'd had a better view on what's happening. I went for one particular reason. I don't have a pedal to push on this because it's become nowhere near my home, but people in Caldecott, Sevenside and Roggett and Mega were locked in because of the blockage on the access to the M4, and I believe our chairman had to go all the way to Chepstow to all the way back to Cardiff that particular morning. They gave me assurances, or they gave assurances to that meeting, that they were looking at an alleviation of that particular problem which affected the bottom end of Sevenside. So in terms of whether I support the Velathon or not, is neither here nor there because it doesn't affect me, but the representation that I made for residents in the area, I believe, was answered. And I do strongly believe that if members turn up to seminars, they'd have a better outlook on what's going on. And me, I don't know that you should move over your side of the room now because I support what you're saying.
Yeah, could I just, Councillor Davies next. Could I just say, yeah, I had to go to Cardiff by your chap, so I knew that beforehand, and he wasn't a problem to me. Yeah, it happens. But similarly, I know people from Swansea, to get to Cardiff, you got to go to Chepstow first rather than get off at Mega. So, but they didn't complain about it. Councillor Davy.
Thank you, Chairman. I attended the presentation with Tony as well, and I frankly wasn't convinced then, and I guess I'm not convinced now. The reason I'm not convinced about the Velothon are threefold, really. The entertainment is really very limited. The bikes go past you in a nanosecond. You haven't waited there for ages, and you might have another class come by, and that's it. So I don't think the entertainment level is that great. I think the disturbance that goes on within Monmouthshire, I think, is horrendous. And the other thing I don't believe is we have a clear picture of what this activity brings to us in revenue at all. So, I mean, you would be prepared to say, I'll put up with this disturbance because there is a return of this sort of figure. But nobody is quantifying that in any way. Having said that, I am really into biking. It's good for health, all those things. And we have in Monmouthshire now an activity with biking that takes place in Abergavenny and it takes place in Chepstow. The great advantage with that is that there is a lot of activity, there is a lot of races. The bikes don't just disappear and go into the night. They go round and round in a circuit and you see actual racing. It is exciting. The other thing is the punters come into the town and they stay in the town. They spend their money in the town. There is a tangible benefit in the town. So it's so simple, really. You keep the bikes where they are, and you entertain people within the town. You earn your money in the town, and you get a better return in the town. I think that is the model for this. The other thing you could do, we could be innovative. That's difficult, isn't it? Innovative. And that is, we could have a 4 towns race, a 4-town season. So the towns...
Could we stick to the Velothon, please?
Yeah, well, it is a Velothon. Well,
could you stick to the Velothon?
No, you've got to show this an option, because the Velothon is just straightforward, and I don't think it is the right scheme for what we are trying to do. And I would like to point out there is better ways of achieving better results than this.
Thank you, Councillor Davy. I got Councillor Down, Councillor Fox, Councillor Smith, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Watts, and I'm going to draw a line and then we go into the recommendations and of course Councillor Greenland will want to answer some of those comments. Councillor Down.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. There is no doubt, I think, that having high-profile events in Monmouthshire must be an advantage. It must be good for us. So when we have, for example, the Welsh Championships, the British Championships, European Championships, World Championships maybe, those things are televised. People all over the cycling community see a beautiful county and are attracted to it. And in addition, when you have events of that nature, there are people who follow the sport if sport it is, and will come to Monmouthshire to watch the event, and they will stay in Monmouthshire, and they will eat in our restaurants, and they will spend money in our high streets. Great. The Velathon does not come in that category. As far as I could see, on either BBC or ITV, it may be somewhere else, I don't know, there was absolutely no television coverage whatsoever of the race, ride, whatever it is, in Monmouthshire. It's a Cardiff event. It starts in Cardiff, it finishes in Cardiff. Anyone who's going to come and stay or to participate is going to stay in or near Cardiff. We get absolutely nothing out of it. There may be the odd churchgoer in Devorden who shows it different, but all we get is disruption. The county is effectively closed for the day. You can't get anywhere in the areas affected by the event. I suppose people make a bit of a best of a bad job and have a street party in Usk or maybe a fun day in Usk, but it is very much the best of a bad job. So for that reason, I cannot see what conceivable benefit this county receives from from putting up with part of the event. Councillor Farley talked about service budgets and the costs, we're told, just come out of service budgets. When those budgets are being used, for example, to stop providing free swimming for over 60s, I really have to struggle with the
Could I correct you on that, please? I don't think that's correct. I don't think the free swimming has stopped. If someone wants to speak on that before
If
you
I
go
can
any
just
further.
clarify, we did lose the grant that we have for free swim for the over 60s, but we set an income target for the leisure teams instead. So every year they have to generate income in order to pay for that facility so that we maintain free swimming for the over 60s.
Thank you, Councillor Downey. You can continue,
Indeed, so
please.
we have to find a different way of funding it. We could have funded it directly out of service budgets, but we can't. And whether that is the case or not, there are other things that we could have done. Now, Councillor Greenland earlier on was telling us about the health benefits of participating in sport, but there are other sports other than cycling. And I have to say, as a walker, I really do get brassed off with cyclists. They appear to be unaware, and I appreciate this is a generalisation, that it is actually an offence to cycle on a footpath. I would like to know when our countryside section are going to start bringing prosecutions against cyclists for using our footpaths. The National Coast Path, which we have and are proud of having.
Chairman, point of order. We are talking about the Velathon, not about our coast path or any other sorts of cycling.
Could you stick to the Velathon, please, Councillor Downey?
I am indeed, and if
those cyclists don't ride on the footpath that I'm aware of.
If Councillor Greenland would just show a little patience, he'll see where I'm getting to. National Coast Path is used frequently by cyclists. Now, I know that part of it that's owned or controlled by NRW, they have some sort of an arrangement with Sustrans, but it doesn't alter the fact that, a path, clue in the word there, is for people walking, not for cyclists. I was up at the Garth yesterday, nearly got run down by a couple of...
Councillor Down, could you stick to the Velathon, please? I'm not
Yes,
interested
Chairman,
whether you're
I
at the
am.
Garth or whatever that is. I'd like you to stick to the Velathon, please.
If you'll allow me to make the point, Chairman, what we are trying to do, as I understand it, is to promote Monmouthshire as a cycling county. As a generalisation, and I appreciate it is a generalisation, cyclists are amongst the most selfish, inconsiderate and objectionable road users that there are.
I'm not interested in what you think of the...
If we're going to be closing
we
roads for
Councillor Down, we are
cyclists...
talking about the Velathon. Please stick to that.
If we're going to use the Velathon to promote cycling in Monmouthshire, I would at least ask that we can have at least one cycle-free Sunday, please. so that those of us who want to get around the county, particularly on rural roads, can do so without these pesky people making nuisances of themselves.
Councillor Val Smith.
I think everybody's said it, haven't they, Chairman?
Sorry, Councillor Smith. Councillor Fox first, and then you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, gosh. Well, Councillor Down, you're certainly making the headlines today. Cyclists brassing you off and everything. We know you dislike cyclists massively. It's nothing to do with the Bellathon. You hate cyclists. You made that clear on a Twitter stream a mile long, not too long ago, and about 10,000 cyclists disagreed with you. I really am absolutely surprised. Well, I'm not surprised that Graham actually brings that forward. He's shared his views in that respect many times. Anyway, I'm cooling down. Deep breath. I want to support the Velothon. I know it's not affecting me directly in my own community. However, you know, what it does do is Bob has shared, and I agree with others that we would like more evaluation and more evidence of the benefits it brings. But I think it's very clear to see by those hundreds and thousands of cyclists who now come here on lots of Sundays that the sport is popular in Monmouthshire, and clearly the attractions we put on are bringing further more people into our county and driving up the tourism, as Bob demonstrated earlier. That's a really important thing for the future economy of Monmouthshire. I accept that they haven't still got it right in some areas. So what do? Knock that on the head? So future young people in Monmouthshire who aspire to healthy well-being and healthy lifestyles and cycling, and looked up to these people these people who ride.
Please let them finish.
They look up to these role models. You know, you want to take that away because you're worried about a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Yes, they've got to get that right. And we've got to stop looking in a selfish way. If we stop this Velothon, it stops completely right across Wales, and that right across our part of Wales, and that has a fundamental effect on the South East Wales economy. Something we are it should be very important to us as part of a city region, somewhere where we want to be a constituent part of driving up the economic futures of this part of Wales. Yet we want to move into our own little perspective and worry about some of these smaller issues, or vent off with their venom about cyclists because somebody went on a path when Mr. Down was deciding to walk his dog. That was terrible. You know, I am absolutely appalled sometimes by what I hear from this debate. I ride a bike now and again, and believe it or not, and you may even see me in the Velothon. That might be worth keeping it, just to see me ride a leg of it. You might be happy because I might not make it to the end. But I ask you members, all sensibly, you know, this it had its problems. It will get better. We will be able to iron this out. I am really pleased that Run for Wales have laid out what they want to do. They've recognised the concerns that have been raised. We've got to hold them to account on this. We really have. But let's not stop something which is so popular. So it is popular. There's a tweet came through as we were speaking from Nag's Head in Usk saying, we really support it. We want it again to come to Usk. There's others, so it's not just, we hear, Lamfoyster against it. There's lots of people for it as well.
No comments, please. Let
Mr. Chairman, continue. I'm just asking members, just think a little bit about what you might be thinking of doing here. We have got to get it right. We've got to look at the bigger and longer term picture here. And we don't just stop something because some things are going wrong. We put them right.
Councillor Val Smith.
Thank you, Chairman. In this report, I really would like to see Monmouthshire County Council costs quantified. It's very easy to dismiss the fact that hours of staff and this, that and the other. That is a big cost to this council, and if we're expending it in that way, we're not expending it in another way. Benefits, financial benefits, are definitely the beginning and the end of functions, aren't they? The STEAM figures that have been spoken of, they're very fluid, really. And I quite honestly think that our tourist figures throughout Britain are possibly influenced now by external things and tragic things happening abroad, that more people are actually opting to stay in this country. So I haven't got a lot of confidence with the steam ones. The big issue with the Velathon is the prolonged closure of the roads when there is nothing happening and you really have got people hemmed in. There must be a better way of organising it if you want to. Councillor Greenland said they chose an alternative route this year. Yep, that was fine. It closed a different 2 businesses in my ward and had impact on various other pubs and such like. It does impact adversely. To lose your business on a Sunday that you're struggling to pick up, you've closed it, you can't have a fun day all 8 days in one particular situation. So it needs looking at. It's that prolonged closure that is aggravating people. There must be a way of somebody thinking their way around that. The quick professionals, they're through and they're gone, that's great, you saw so-and-so. But then this huge gap when you see nobody. But I would like to know, see some financial figures for what Monmouthshire actually puts in the way of staff, whatever.
I got Councillor Taylor, Councillor Watts and Councillor Maureen Powell, and then I'm going to call on Councillor Greenland and then Councillor Sarah Jones after to do the amendment he's talking about. Councillor Taylor.
So briefly, because I think there's been quite a lot of debate, I attended the Velathon briefing also, and at that point one of the suggestions strongly put and made was that we ought to consider trying to persuade the organisers to have the event with a start or finish, or whichever way it goes. I think it starts and finishes both in Cardiff, doesn't it? In Monmouthshire at some point. Now, I don't know, it doesn't say that there's been any progress on that. And I do understand Councillor Fox's points, and I understand that we might decide that this is of strategic benefit to our county and to our other relationships. But I still think, agreeing with the other members' points, that it's really important for members to have that quantified where possible. So what is the opportunity cost? It's still important to understand. And if we think that opportunity cost is beneficial, let's kind of understand where we think that benefits us. If it's not in tourism terms, let's be honest and be clear and say, look, we don't get any benefit from tourism. This is where the benefit is. You know, it's about vibrant communities. That's why we're doing it. And the investment that we make for that return is this. I think that would be much more helpful. So if we are going to support this and we're going to review this, I'd welcome those 2 things. You know, is there a possibility that we could influence the start-finish? And secondly, can we more, I suppose, in terms that Councillor Fox was talking about, can we quantify the benefit in those terms then? And if there are direct costs, understanding there isn't an attributable budget, it should be still possible to code those costs and understand what those are, so that we can very clearly understand the cost benefits of this event. Thank you.
Councillor Armand Watts.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my concern would be, obviously, there's absolutely no, we talk about economic impact studies, there is none. There is no way of evaluating what economic benefit this is to the community, to the county. So the stuff that we've kind of come across is conjecture, speculation and wishful thinking. I mean, we've got an example of a lady that turned up in a church and, you know, it's just nonsense, you know. I guess, and also there's some kind of additional stuff about the STEAM figures. Well, you know, the STEAM figures are evaluated through our TICs. Well, if we're closing our TICs next year, are we going to evaluate that? Well, explain to me then how you're going to evaluate that. How do you know what the footfall is? There is no way that you can evidence that.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Powell.
Thank you very much. I just want to say one thing. I've listened to everything and I'm sure that they will do as well as they can next year to improve a lot of this, whether they have a rolling road or whatever. I believe, if my maths is right, we have 52 weeks in the year. That means 52 Sundays.
Councillor Powell, could you speak into the mic, please?
Sorry, 52 Sundays. We do have one in Abergavenny that's closed a bit for our local cycling. This is another Sunday. That's 2 Sundays. There are 50 other Sundays when people can carry out their businesses, go and see their relations and do whatever they want to do. So it's not a case of having one Sunday off out of the cycling. That is one Sunday out of anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Greenland, but Councillor Sarah Jones made an amendment to the original recommendation. Would you like to repeat what that is now before Councillor Greenland comes in, please?
Yes, the additional sentence to be included was this review will include proactive and direct engagement with town and community councils and with the business community, particularly those businesses that have been adversely affected over the last 2 years.
Thank you for that. That's seconded. Those in favour of the amendment, please show. It is carried. Councillor Greenland, do you want to go into the recommendation, please? Bear in mind what's... One meeting, please. Good. The suggestion is that we defer this until a later date. Council would need to agree to that. Is there a seconder to that? Councillor Bob Hayward, you seconding that? Yes, this Councillor Hayward seconded that we defer this until a later date. Could you please show you which way you want to go on that by way of raising your arms?
Chairman, may I just ask a question then, because
if you like,
it's
yes.
another motion in it, and we're moving on. Bob, sorry, Councillor Greenland, could you give us some timescales of?
Councillor, just a second, please.
Okay.
Councillor Greenland has asked that this be deferred to a later date.
Well, we know that, but I want to.
And it's been seconded, right? Okay. No. Wait a minute, please. Could you answer? Councillor Howell's got a question for you, Councillor Greenland.
Chairman, may I ask the cabinet member if we propose to move the agenda item today for another time to consider. Could he give us some timescales now of where this will be, or would that be up to the cabinet member to enter the negotiations and come back to us? Is there a timescale we have to make this decision by for the contract which Velafon have with their corporate side?
Ian.
Yeah, one of the issues with delaying the decision would be we'd find ourselves back in where we were in year 1 and year 2, which is a late decision, which means all the consultation with the businesses, the dates and all this, it just gets delayed, and then there's uncertainty. If there's a decision today, at least it gives a better chance for teams to properly engage with all the things that we've talked that were lacking in the debrief. So by delaying today, I'm just putting it across that it will cause considerable delay in the whole of the Velathon, the whole programme, where the routes and everything else. So just to make you aware of that.
Councillor Fox, then
Mr. Chairman, in light of that information, and I would ask that we move for a 10-minute recess so that we can just reflect on this before recognising everything that Ian's just shared. Now, I'd like to take a
point of order.
5 or 10 minute recess.
No, that's not a point of order. That's not a point of order.
No, well, can I make a recommendation?
Please, no, it's not a point of order.
Well, then,
please,
all right, can I make a recommendation? That I appreciate that they want to go and have a team hug, yeah, for 5 minutes, but I mean, like most of the members, time is getting on. It's a hot summer's night. We'd all love to go home. Can we get on with business, please?
Councillor Taylor, you want to say something, please?
I did, thank you, Chair. I was going to suggest that we make the decision on the report as it comes, but subject to some of the issues that have been raised by members. So, for example, it would be really helpful to understand if we made any progress, if that's a negotiable around the route, because I'm not talking about the road closures. That doesn't concern me. I live in a place where the road was closed, but it wasn't really a big problem. My issue is not with some of the small things, it's with the bigger issues. You know, what are the benefits and what are the opportunity costs? I'd like those things quantified for us. I'd be happy to make a decision if we can be assured that something further will come back to us to be clear about those points. Where are we with that negotiation? You know, if we are such an important partner in the Velathon, presumably we have quite a significant amount of influence. So can we use that influence well? And then some of the smaller points, although I think they are important to members, can come back to us. That is my suggestion to counter the amendment, if you like.
I would have hoped that, given that there are 3-4 groups in this council, and there's plenty of notice of what is on the agenda, all the groups might have come to some sort of decision on which way they want to proceed. The leader has asked for a recess for the groups to maybe reconsider their position. I'm saying there's going to be a recess now, and could you please be back in here by 9:20?
Chair, it's 20 past.
Thank you, members. Thank you, members. We go back to item 9A, which is the Velathon. Who wants to start? Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for your indulgence while we consider the position further. I think the problems that have obviously arisen is the uncertainty that members have expressed that the Velathon company, or Run for Wales, will in fact perform as we expect them to do. I think also that the issue of even mentioning 3 years, although we have clearly stated that it would be each year would be reviews, has also been of an issue for members. So what I would like to propose, Chair, is that we give a provisional agreement to the Velathon company that we will support the Velathon for 2017, but that they address immediately the concerns which officers will put forward to them, taken from this meeting, and that they will come back, or that officers will come back with the recommendations that will be in place for 2017, which will meet the concerns of members. And at that point as well, we will bring back the information that members are seeking in terms of the clarification as much as we can. So I think that what we are proposing, therefore, is a one-year deal and a provisional deal at that. And we will come back with the recommendations for how they are going to meet the concerns of members.
Thank you, Councillor Greenland. Is that seconded?
Second.
Thank you. Any who wants to speak on it? Councillor Farley.
That makes it sound as though the only issue is what the organisers are going to be doing. Several of us asked about the costs to us. Councillor Smith described them as opportunities costs, for example. I was at a meeting with you last night, Bob, where we were told about a particular service and what it would cost. For all I know, and I'm not going to say what, and I'm not going to say how much, but for all, you know what I'm talking about, for all I know, the same amount of money is being spent on the Velathon that was needed to fund that other activity. So, I would like to know the costs before I can support any of this.
Can I just
come
reiterate
back on that one, please.
Sorry, sorry, Chairman, yeah, thank you. Can I just reiterate that officers will be working to try and bring those costs forward for the next meeting? I agree that that should be done.
I think I may have missed that in your earlier, or your earlier remark didn't quite make that as crystal clear as I would have liked. I accept your clarification there.
Councillor Hayward.
Yes, Chair. I was going to say roughly what Councillor Farley has said, but I would go a bit further. Members here have had more concerns than just costs. They've questioned what are the costs, and we said that those will come back to us at the next meeting. They've also questioned evidence on the benefits, because at the moment the only evidence that's been presented is a possible increase in the steam figures, but whether that's attributed to the Velathon or whether it's attributed to cycle races in Abergavenny or even attributed to the pre-sales of the Eisteddfod, we don't know. And they have also asked, could it be investigated that either the start or the finish finishes in Monmouthshire? As they said, we are an important partner. How much input do we have in the negotiations, or are we simply paying lip service to the Velathon organisers and paying no attention to what the benefits could be if we had either a start or a finish, or both of them, either alternatively or at least once a year in Monmouthshire? So that all those points have been asked, and can we have them all brought back to this council, please? Thank you.
Councillor Eason.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I won't reiterate what you said, Bob, but the costs are important. In terms of the future, the start and finish in Monmouthshire, yes, I support that. And I would certainly support that you at least start it in Caldecott or finish it in Caldecott. Certainly in Monmouthshire, and certainly around Caldecott Castle. So yes, let's have some action in the south. Whilst we're watching the members of the north concerned about it, give us a crack in the south and we'll take it down there. I'm sure Councillor Fox will let it run around his farm 10 times.
Before I call upon anyone else, the Chief Exec would like to answer a comment that Councillor Hayward made.
It's always fun to be part of a dynamic council process, and it certainly is that. We will do what we can do as officers, but equally I don't want you to travel in under any misapprehension. If you think we can determine the benefit that comes from the Velathon to Monmouthshire, we cannot. Okay? So when making this decision, don't assume that in September we're going to come back to you with a coherent set of numbers that suggest benefit. We cannot quantify that, and it would be wrong for you to proceed on the basis that we can. In terms of start, don't believe that for 17 there is any prospect at all of having a start finish in Monmouthshire. I'm not even sure we have the capacity in Monmouthshire to host the start of a 13 or 14,000 cyclist event. But we will not be in a position to negotiate that for you for 17. I think if you want to start playing with that over the course of the next few weeks in your mind's eye, what potentially is achievable, if other council areas are interested and may well benefit Monmouthshire, would be a start in Newport. That would take cyclists through Monmouthshire much more speedily, and they are a city with an infrastructure that has the capability to cope with 14,000 cyclists being in the same place at the same time. So I'm just encouraging you not to believe that we'll be able to provide you with information that we will not. And whilst we understand, because as many members have said, the economic benefit of a cycling race is either at the start or the finish, I don't believe that Monmouthshire has the capability to be the start or the finish for 14,000 cyclists. I do believe there are alternative route proposals, alternative start finishes that could benefit Monmouthshire in terms of the period of time that our roads are closed. I believe that is influenceable for 2018, but I don't believe it's influenceable for 2017. You can challenge us and you can ask us to look at that over the next 4 or 5 weeks, but you've invested an hour and a half of your time in this, so I don't want you to travel under misapprehensions.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick point from me, because it's getting on now. It's about 7:30. I have to say, right, in quite simple terms, I don't like Run for Wales and I don't trust Run for Wales. They told a pack of lies in Lamfoist when they said that the marshals were going to be local. They weren't. They were from Cardiff and all over South East Wales. They weren't local at all, and they actually told 2 carers that I know of that they couldn't go through to care for the people that they were going to care for because the race was far more important than service users.
There's no other speaker. Councillor Greenland, do you want to come back on this? Sorry, Councillor Taylor. Sorry, I didn't see you.
I have to say, it would have been really helpful if the Chief Executive had said that an hour and a half ago, frankly. But in terms of, you know, us asking consistently, is that something we can influence? Now you've said, well, you know, this is, well, fine, but let's do that. Let's look at what is potentially going to have more benefit and see where we can go to influencing the route. We talked about that in the seminar. It wasn't contained in the report to say that we had made any progress on that, or we could. It's good to know that we potentially can, but that's helpful to know. In terms of the economic benefit, I understand that, but what I really want to know then is what is the relationship benefit? What is the wider benefit? Because there must be, you know, there are benefits, clearly, otherwise we wouldn't be investing our officer time in it. Thank you.
I just make the point that we did have a 7 or 8 minute recess, and many of you have spoken twice on this. But I'd like to go back to Councillor Greenland now, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your indulgence and for Council over this issue. I do want to reiterate what the Chief Executive says, because getting those figures in particular for the benefits is going to be, well, it is going to be impossible. We can perhaps work around and see what indications we can get, but I don't think it'll be any more than that. But what I think we can certainly do by the time we meet next is to get Velathon to firm up on the issues that they have said they will cover, and we can get answers to exactly how they will cover that to the satisfaction of members. And on that basis, we go forward, I would suggest, with the 1-year proposal, and we will come back to the next council meeting with as many answers as we can, both in terms of the costs, in terms of the answers from Velathon, and everything else that has been covered by members tonight. But as the Chief Executive says, we can't answer the impossible.
On the basis of what's been said, I think it's appropriate we can go to the vote now. You've all heard what's been said. Which way do you want to vote, please? Please show, if you're going to recommendation, the council agrees to support it for 2017 on the basis of what's been said in relation to all the complaints that's been made, and the approaches will be made to the organisers. On that basis, do you want to vote in favour or against? Those in favour, please show.
Put your hands up, please.
Yeah, I got my hand up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So there's 15.
Those against, please.
I make that.
There's a little bit of doubt. Those in favour again, please. No. Oh, okay, no, I'm just. There's a little bit of. There's arms flying up and down. We need to be sure which way we're going. Are you okay on the numbers? So the vote is in favour of the proposal.
Yes.
Thank you very much for that. Could we bring the other 3 members back in now, please? thank you. We'll go to the final item, which is in relation to the... Let me have a look. The Oak Grove Solar Farm.